Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. All right, we are live. Yeah, you want to be a mod? You want to be a mod? Wait, can I make you a mod? Can I trust you, buddy? I know I can trust you. You won't do any Weisenheimer stuff. No, maybe. I don't know. Will you? I can make you a mod. You say the word. Welcome, dudes. Anyways, our last dance in Aphid. Look, we have 2 watching, so that's cool. It's always a little slower on Friday night. Hopefully the word got out to the people. Oh, shit, I mean to stop doing that. Like, stop blowing hits in the camera, and then first thing I do. Come on, let's wake up here. Welcome to the pub, everybody. Here we go. So, Friday night, I'm doing that because I'm going on vacation this weekend, going back to the Outer Banks. So, gotta leave early on Sunday. So, you know, it is what it is. That's why I'm doing it now. No problem. No, we're leaving Sunday to start. The vacation technically started at 4:01 today when I was off the clock. So, yeah. And we're leaving Sunday, coming back the following Sunday. So, me, buddy, I'm going to OBX Sunday to Sunday. We just missed the hurricane too. So it might be a little messy down there, but ain't nothing we can't handle. Weather looks pretty good all week long. We got a hot tub, we got a pool. Big old house, all big new house. Yep. Got it. Cool. I don't know. Maybe I should have put something on the Discord. I didn't put something on there recently. I don't know if you guys threw something on there. If you have a minute to, but it doesn't really matter. It's not like people are live updating constantly besides me. It's nice to check in in the old Discord. You have a minute downtime on the job or something, you just pop on there. There's always one guy who's posting a lot of stuff. He's very informative and interesting. Yeah, should be good, Aphid. We're flying down, dude. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a short flight, so the drive damn near killed us last year. It was rough. From the beginning, we made the mistake of thinking we could leave a little later in the morning, like 9 o'clock, and man, that screwed us over. It was 12 hours. We got there at 9 p.m. Not good. But in the end, it ended up being a fabulous trip. And the 2 overnights that we had on the road, one in Chincoteague on the way down, and the other in North New Jersey on the way back, both of them had their strong points. Hey, that's life, but not as we know. What's up, brother? Good to see you. On the way down, Chincoteague, very cool remote island out in the middle of nowhere. Granted, we were there for all of about 12 hours. It was still fun. Pretty place. I'd like to go back there someday. Talk about a barrier, sketchy ass place. That place, if they get hit with the water, they are going to be in tough shape. It's an island, and the causeway is maybe 12 feet high. So if they get hit with one direct, they're going to be very isolated out there. But like I said, very cool place. Yeah, totally, McGrind. At least if you know you're in for a 12-hour trip, leave at 6 a.m., you get there at 6 p.m., you still have some evening left. we had some foibles. We had checked the time to drive on the apps and shit, not in peak traffic. So we ended up leaving in peak traffic. And hey, que sera, you learn, live, and move on. But yeah, way back up from there, like I said, we stayed at a big giant hotel in northern Jersey, and we had some of the best pizza I have ever had, and bagels. And boy, bagels. Fucking unbelievable. You wouldn't think something as simple as a bagel could be so good. Fabulous. And the pizza, mind-blowing. I'm sure I took a couple photos of it. It was cool. Yeah, definitely some interesting folks. Had a few drinks at the bar in Jersey. Let's just say old Smokesteve didn't exactly fit in. I went down in like board shorts and like, a Grateful Dead shirt. And these fucking, I can't say it, but these Jersey guys are all there, all slicked back with their, whatever and whatever. They were like literally at the hotel bar getting a buzz on. I don't even think they were staying there. Maybe that's a Jersey thing. I don't. What do I know? Yeah, pizza is an adventure, man. Yo, Paulie, let's go down to the fucking hotel bar. We'll have a few Campari and sodas. Start things out. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Goombas. Let's go. Exactly. Last dance. I don't even think that's really offensive. To tell you the truth. Hey, look who it is. It's the, I don't even think it is, man. It's one of those things that you can get away with. It's the hall monitor, Gregory Topple. What was that? I just saw a flick. Let's check the old internets. Yep, we're good. Welcome, welcome. As I said, McGrandy, welcome. Yeah, I've been getting into liking a little bit of Portnoy. Does his pizza reviews. I did cut out for a second. I noticed that. It flicked on my side. There was a flick. Audio's good, right? Yeah. I think it was an anomaly with the internet. I'm going to go with. Let me know if it happens again, though. We will have to address it. Could be. And welcome, Cup of Tea. And hey, it's my wife. Hi, wife. Hello. And hello, Cup of Tea. That SS stands for Smokesteve. I'm sure everyone gets that. Let me make sure this green is clean. I gotta clean this thing, man. I clean it before the trip. I flashed for a second. Could be. Oh, spider. You see it now, right? No big deal. It's not. Ew, that looks bad. Ew. That's fine. No biggie. NBFD. Homeboy. I would love to know everyone's favorite Halloween candy. Everyone's favorite Halloween candy here in the chat. Who eats candy? I'll show you mine if you tell me yours. I don't even know what that means, man. I'm going to go with Reese's Take 5 By far the best Halloween candy and the best candy bar. Ice Cube, that's what you get. You don't have a piece of candy around Halloween or around any time of the year? I guess you shut the lights off. No, it's candy. Take 5. $100,000 and 1,000. No, it's $100,000 bar, not $1,000,000. Did they change it to $1,000,000? You guys both picked the same thing? Holy fuck. Yeah, my mom used to say about those will rip the fillings right out of your head. That sticky caramel. Yeah. I like the Reese's Take 5. Tell you the truth, I think it might have been invented on the show The Apprentice. I really do think that. It's got like pretzels, peanuts, caramel, nougat, and chocolate. 5 ingredients. And I'll tell you, those pretzels make it pop. But I used to like the $100,000. It's not bad. Probably like top 5 for me. Snickers, Take 5, $100,000. Don't like Twix. No bueno on the Twix. Three Musketeers, meh. What else is there? Chunky with the raisins in it. Anyone here? Anyone a fan of the Chunky? Yankee chocolate is vile. Yeah, I like Lenore or Lindor, whatever it is. Yeah, I know you like Twix. Baby Ruth, not bad. Kinder's good chocolate. I like the Kinder. The Kinder Surprise eggs used to be great that you got the little toy in. You can still find them here and there. Were those called sugar babies or sugar daddies? Last Dance? Chuckles? I don't know. Geeks, nerds. Sweet Tarts came a lot more than 3 to a package. Sweet Tarts was like probably 20, a long cylindrical tube. Are you thinking of those round caramel things with the white, weird, white sweet wax in the middle that's like almost like a cow tail, but much bigger? Jelly babies. Jesus, we call them jelly beans over here. Unless a jelly baby is something completely different. I swear this is a scene out of a little paper package with 3 candies in them. It could be the little mini pack of Sweet Tarts, something like that. Or Whoppers. Maybe you're thinking about Whoppers. Ooh, Random Goon subscribed. Ooh, not a fan of nuts. How about corn? Here we go. Goon in the house. Great stream tonight, Goon. You did awesome on my Buckethead request. That was killer, bro. And the volume was perfect. So on some songs, I guess it's the game or the app like blends your guitar perfectly with the volume of the lead guitar. And on that particular one, it was right there. It was very cool. I love it. Sweet Tarts. Comes with only 3 little candies. Okay. Right. Oh, you did good, buddy. Yeah, corn. It's always see you later. Yeah. Wow, look at you, Goon. Random Greg. Boycotting Random Goon, huh? Wow. What a meanie. Mean feller. No problem. No problem. It's a late start, but we're rolling anyways. Corn, right? Yeah, I know. How about candy corns? Does anyone like those? I used to, but I'm over them now. Too waxy. Soy ass. Interesting. I like it. Runts. Never had them. No kidding, Random Goon. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Last Dance. Runts, not anymore. Now Runts is a really candy corn sucks. Really fabulous cannabis flavor called Runts. Very popular. Not the banana Runts, right? Is that because they're shaped like a banana? No candy corns there, huh? You might have to get some, dude, just to experience the candy corn. Have you ever seen a candy corn, Random Goon? Emergency candy corn viewing. Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah, okay. Images. Nuts. Yeah, that's a good one. No problem. He's seen them. Okay. All right. Emergency averted. He's seen them. He's looked them up before. Circus peanuts are pretty nasty. Okay, I miss them. Candy corn is an abomination. He doesn't like the banana as well there, huh, Topple? Okay. Candy corn abomination, truly Last Dance. Goon has seen them. Somehow he's seen them but never tasted them. Yeah, seemingly nuclear waste. Circus peanuts are the actual worst candy. Those are pretty bad. I'll give you that. Quality Street chocolates, never heard of it in my life. Yeah, I could see that. It's almost like circus peanuts are so rare that when you have one, um, it's like, holy fuck, a circus peanut. All right, I'll eat it just because I never see them. Um, I don't know. Why don't you answer that question? Payday? No chocolate on there. It's just a log of nuts. Nut log. It's a bit nutty. You've seen candy corns on videos? What kind of fucking videos are you watching with fucking candy corns on them? What kind of a psychopath watches candy corn videos all day long? Clearly you. I'm kidding, buddy. Married one. Yep, got that right. Truth. Really dancing and bebopping and scatting all over the place up there, aren't you? Jesus. No, Rocky Mountain Oyster is Rocky Mountain Oyster. Oh, that was a good run on the chat, people. It was tough to concentrate. I see why you're watching this show then. Hey, look, I left a comment on the screen. Okay, let's not do that. I've left them on the screen for so long before I'll like you have a hard time finding it. It's so fucking far back. Favorite Pop-Tart for me? I like the brown sugar one with that mapley fucking glazy shit on top. I toast it, and then on the non-frosted side, I always put a little butter on my Pop-Tart, because that's always going to, because I have Pop-Tarts like twice a year, if that, maybe once a year. Mounds are good. Mounds are good. Almond Joy is better. No, Almond Joy is good. What are you talking about? Brown sugar equals, I thought, black females. And I thought Mr. Brownstone or Mr. Charlie, you could say, were more like heroin. Brown sugar fudge, not bad. I want that chocolate in there, dude. I want that chocolate. They have this stuff called panuch or panucci, which is fudge made without chocolate. It's kind of a regional thing. Blueberry's a good Pop-Tart. I love coconut, dude. The bigger the nut, the better. That's why the coconut rules all nuts. Charlie is Coke over there. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Pop-Tarts are a little bit overrated. Who dat? Email. Random. Rando. Coconut pina coladas. Yep. We'll probably be having a few of those this week. Airheads? Nah. Too sticky. So randomly, YouTube, into my algorithm of like stuff they think I would want to watch, put this live stream of these guys who are all arm wrestlers that all drink like copious amounts of beer together on the live stream and talk about arm wrestling and bullshit and whatever. And I kind of look like one of them. So I'm like, what is YouTube doing here? Are they like finding people that look like me, and these guys are drinking tons of beer on screen? Is that how the algorithm works? They're lining up like looking people with like other people, maybe, I guess. Kind of hilarious. I jumped on there and started bullshitting with the guys. They're a nice group of fellas. Slap fights. Yeah, I've seen some of those, man. Dude, slap the shit out of each other. Can't go wrong with any croissant, bacon and cheese. I like it because it's savory, not sweet. Home run in my book. I've also had there's a bakery a couple towns over that does like ham and Swiss croissant. Also very good for breakfast. Sort of the same variation on the bacon and cheese. Ham and Swiss, maybe slightly less fat, but right there, same flavor. Good stuff. You can get one for $3 or $4. You know, you don't have to fucking drop $10 on some stupid fucking thing. It's breakfast. Just have a tiny bit. Be good for the morning. All right, what do we got here? All right. Okay, after breakfast of choice, it looks like we went off the rail a little there with Cup of Tea's comment. Not going to read that one there, buddy. Okay, yeah. Right, okay. That's good. That's good stuff. Good stuff there, people. All right, let's do maybe a little jam. It occurred to me after 2 years of doing this that you can't really ever see the guitar when I play. So we'll try to show it a little bit more, at least today. All right. Always go back to the blues. Thanks, man. Yeah, Tasty Blues licks, exactly. Just blanking out on E major, E7 blues. More or less 145, yeah. A couple of chromatic additions in there, but nothing too crazy. Some of the first people to play the blues were born in the early 1900s. And there was a man in the early 1900s, way before Robert Johnson's time, who was traveling around the South and writing a newspaper article, and he described, I want to say it was 1904, style of music that he couldn't make any sense out of, made by these sharecropper men who were basically drink whiskey, work, and play guitar all the time. And they developed that style. They did it back then without a plectrum or a pick, and they became unbelievable players. People by the name of Sunhouse, I'm sure you all know him. Charlie Patton, of course, I mentioned earlier. Robert Johnson, Howlin' Wolf, and eventually you get to people like Muddy Waters, and they all came from the Deep South, and that type of music was invented by hardworking, poor men that basically had nothing in life but their guitar and the bottle, and somehow they created that type of music and that style of playing, and it went on to create rock and roll. Can you believe it? Also great harmonica players back then, definitely. All of rock and roll came from that, and in turn, hip hop and rap were essentially coming from that as well. So they gave birth to all of modern American music. Jazz, most certainly. So really, that's why I think as a guitar player who plays rock and roll, you have to have a good understanding of the blues. For example, in the song Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd, at the beginning of the guitar solo, he does a classic rake, a blues guitar rake to start the solo. the blues, that's basically all a blues scale in a Pink Floyd solo. Wait, was that yeah, it was. So you know, the blues is the foundation for American music, in my opinion. Yeah, Rip Coolio. Was he? Was I a big fan of his? I'm not going to say yes to that, but I don't like to see anyone die young, and he definitely died young. So rest in peace, young man. Animals as leaders. I have not, bro. Not even sure what that is. But if anyone's feeling like joining on in on camera, please go ahead and feel free. I don't know if that's been released yet. As far as I had found, it had not. As far as I know, he was not sick. Oh, wow. That was a deep reference to the old Weird Al Young. No, Weird Al Yank. Weird Al Young. Ha ha! That's a good one. Weird Al Yankovic did a cover of Gangster's Paradise with Amish Paradise. Yeah, lots of drugs. It's no secret that he was a recovering crack addict. And when he first got into the music industry, he had smoked a lot of crack cocaine, and he had admitted that. So maybe he had taken a toll on his body at that point. Dude, he may have hated it, but it definitely gave a rebirth to his name. You know what? I think the Coolio had hold on. He had a lot of views on Spotify. So, I mean, he was definitely doing all right. Yeah, but Rip Coolio. Topple's going Rip DMX. I've definitely bobbed my head a lot more. Not bobbed my head, but okay, we'll stop saying that. I've definitely grooved a bit more to DMX than Coolio, that's for sure. That's good. That's rich. I like it. Leprechaun in the Hood. Good watch. Probably get that free on YouTube. Check it out. Sounds somewhat like Chucky, sort of. That kind of thing. Let's see here. Maybe he is joining. Maybe he fucking is. There he is.
Hey, you probably got the little echo because I was just turning off the YouTube sound.
Just a glimmer of the echo. Now we have the normal quiet echo.
Yes, let me. There we go. That's a little better, a little louder.
That's good.
There's no volume control on StreamYard, so I gotta use my own volume control, which is annoying.
There is volume control, though, isn't there?
I don't see it anywhere. Am I missing it?
Settings down the bottom.
Settings, okay.
And then audio.
And audio. No, it says automatically adjust mic volume.
Okay.
But there's no volume slider or anything like that.
Yeah, click on automatically adjust mic volume, and then you get the slider.
Ah. But I really want to adjust the headset volume anyway, so I don't care.
I see. I see. Okay, so that doesn't help you. It's the out on your computer, so on your own settings and the sound. But if that,
Yeah.
no big deal. What's yeah, yeah. She was in the movie. At what was it called? Arrested Minds? No, what was it? The movie that the famous Coolio song was from. Gangster in Paradise. I can't remember the name of it. Something Minds. Dangerous Minds. I want to say. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. Is Hayden back?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see any evidence of it. I didn't specifically look for him, but I didn't. Nothing came across. I could just check him right now.
I don't think so. I think he's got a week because I know he's had a 12-hour one before. Or there's always the chance that they just kick you out. Dangerous Minds. Yep.
Yeah, he's not back yet.
That sucks. I sure hope he comes back. But, well, keep checking out their movies, whatnot. Do you follow Black Octopus on Twitter?
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, I do, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen much from them either recently. There's supposed to be their movie coming out, but
yeah, it's weird. I mean, I think they all do it as maybe somewhat of a hobby, and that they all have other jobs, possibly. I'm not sure.
yeah, I think most of them do. I don't know if Hayden does. He does website consulting and development when he gets a chance, but
Right.
I'm not sure that's a regular paying gig for him.
Item Fix, I think, probably generate some income.
Yeah, he's associated with it. I'm not sure how much effort he has to put into it.
What's he saying here? I don't know that reference. Do you get that one?
Whose reference?
Random Goon?
No, it's Kenan and Kel.
Yes.
No, I don't get that.
Yeah, no idea, buddy. I'm going to go ahead and post the link here and see if anyone else wants to join in. Seems a little light tonight, which is kind of understandable. All right, join in here. Anybody wants to? Or he's getting some bank from it. I think he started it himself. I think it was mostly his. No, you don't think?
I don't really know. I mean, it seems to have more action than LiveLeak did at the end, but I certainly don't think it has the kind of viewers that LiveLeak had at its height.
But I think it has 40 to 100,000 viewers per video, and it's very clean stuff. So the advertisers are, I think, more willing to.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a better business model than LiveLeak, but
yeah, I mean, I think LiveLeak eventually got to the point where people were scared to advertise on there, I would imagine.
Oh, for sure. The world changed, though. It wasn't just that LiveLeak changed. The world got more woke, and advertisers got more politically correct, and it was just a vicious cycle.
Exactly. Sucks. Because that was a great website.
Yes, it was.
In all honesty, I thought people did a pretty good job at policing themselves. There were people who fucked around at the end with posting. I mean, remember Hayden would be asking people to help him police it and report people because he couldn't fucking keep up with all the shit going on.
Yeah.
I reported some blatantly outright racist shit because I knew that was going to be the demise of it. So I almost felt like every time if I saw it, I would just try to help them get rid of it quicker
Yeah,
But it was a lost cause, clearly.
it was. There really was no model of moderation that would work. It There were too many moderation actions that were needed at the end, and you can't afford a full-time staff of moderators when your revenues are decreasing. And if your revenues are decreasing because people are posting lots of racist and pornographic crap,
Mhm.
then you're going to drive away advertisers and you're going to have even less revenue. So that's that vicious cycle that I'm thinking of. So yeah, it was a shame, but we
What?
enjoyed it when it in its day, and we made a lot of good acquaintances and friends, and
Right.
nothing lasts forever. Who knows? I might not have been interested in it much longer
Yep.
because my tastes change over time.
Who killed it? The haters or just the trolls fucking around?
I don't know
I mean, was
who
it
I would
people who
blame.
really, was
I
it
mean,
people who really wanted to cause its demise, or people who were just being dumbasses who did it inadvertently?
I think it was probably the decisions of Hayden and his team that they wanted to go a certain.
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. The commenters, all the shit that was coming on in the end with the racist, the porn, the
Oh,
KKK, was it literally just trolls, or was it a collective effort by some group that was trying to get it canceled because they didn't like
I don't see.
aspects?
I had no sense that it was an attempt to get it killed. I just think it
Okay.
was people who, in response to any sort of pushback from Hayden, just redoubled and doubled down on
Right.
the amount of their racist content. It was just kind of, it was just bad, you know, infantile behavior by people like me. Not
Right.
really. I wasn't. I wasn't the worst of them, but
You partook.
I certainly partook in rage fests,
Yeah,
which
rage.
never helped.
Right.
Um,
Okay. Yeah. There's a good question.
I don't know. I would bet on the Russians, but who knows? There's no evidence either way, so I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to be jumping all over the Ruskies on that bad boy. Like a lot of things seemed instantaneously to be saying Russian, Russian, Russian. Did you find
Yeah,
that to be
I would have to say, show me some evidence. Don't just say it's Russia because it's obviously Russian. I don't want to hear that shit.
right?
If
I
you
mean,
if you say I bet it's Russia, okay, that's your opinion. That's my opinion. But don't pretend you know when you don't know.
yeah, I mean, they have cameras that could film all kinds of shit under the ocean. Remember, we watched that BP oil rig bleeding oil into the Gulf for months. Like, why wouldn't they have some kind of cameras down there if this might have been?
Well, the pipeline is too large to have cameras along its whole length. So
How big
I'm,
are these pipes?
I don't know. I'm sure they're quite big.
30-foot diameter?
I honestly don't know. I wouldn't think that big, but I
Maybe
don't know.
10?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
Someone look it up in the chat.
Yeah, they can move a lot of volume in a 3-foot diameter pipe. I'm with it.
Biden never said he would blow it up. He never said anything like that. People are quoting this quote he made where he said he had a way to stop the pipeline, but that's Biden talking. He thinks people listen to him.
Did you hear recently he was at a dinner or a function in a place where maybe it was a state rep who had been killed in a car accident recently?
It was a congresswoman from
State or
Florida, federal,
so one of two congresswomen.
not a senator, someone from
Oh,
the House of
Congress,
Representatives.
Congress, right.
Yeah.
So one of whatever 20
Yeah,
or
she was
whatever.
killed in a car accident a few months ago.
And
Jackie Walorski.
And Biden says Where's Jackie? Where's Jackie?
Jackie, where's Jackie?
She should be here.
She should be here.
It was.
And then Karen Jean-Pierre tried to suggest it, and of course the shit-eating press corps accepted it, is that he was really only he had her on his mind because of her tragic death. It was on the top of his mind, she said.
Top of his mind, that's what she said.
And there's nothing but maggots on the top of his mind, feasting on the decaying flesh.
That was very awkward. I mean, they played it on my morning radio show, my drive into work, and on the Greg Hill show. And when they played it, even everyone, all the hosts and the sidekicks, Jermaine Wiggins used to play for the Pats, they were all like, oh, okay. Like, it's hard to talk. You're so vicariously embarrassed. It would be like if your father was losing it and you were at a dinner party and he said something about someone who's dead, how bad you would feel. But he's our president, It's like, what the fuck? Like he's not somebody's old senile,
Well, he is old and senile. It's nothing. It's not something that he should be ashamed of. It's just he probably shouldn't be president at this point, or even when he took office in terms of that. But yeah, I mean, Biden never said what Base Welshman is saying he said. He just never said that.
All right, here is the illegitimate love child of Joe Biden, McGrandy.
Hey, McGrand.
What's up, man? How are
Namaste, namaste.
Hey, thanks for putting those videos together. They were quite interesting.
That was cool. I mean, I just hope you're never the guy in the line, and that just hopefully you stay on the outside of it, right? Fuck.
The old delay problem.
No, we're good. You hear me?
Okay.
I do hear you. Do you hear me?
All right. Yeah, I got rid of the YouTube.
Okay.
Hey, I said hopefully, McGrandy, you're never the guy who's in the line of the hurricane, and you're always on the outer remages of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I am thankful, Steve. Thank you.
Jesus.
I appreciate that because I can only imagine that's unprecedented. I've never seen anything like that in my experience.
Yeah, I've never seen a storm surge like that we saw in Florida. That we saw at Fort Myers there.
That one I posted. That
one. I've never seen that
was
in Florida.
awesome.
Oh, fuck,
I saw that.
I mean, they've had tremendous winds, like from Andrew, but I've never seen a storm surge like that.
The odd thing is I've imagined that happening here because of the barrier island. Hey,
Aphid.
Oh, okay. He's there.
Did you bring your weapons? I brought mine. We're gonna have to have a duel.
Oh, let's do it.
Come on, good.
All I need is lefty and righty.
All thunder and lightning.
That's right.
Do you fight when you fight? Last dance, you go put them up, put up on your feet. It's like one.
I know. I just turn around and run. What do you mean?
Hey,
I was a nerd.
It's funny you say that. I had an experience today. I did a bike ride. I got my big bike running again, and I was coming off a bridge, and the guy blew through. He was he blew through a stop sign, and he seemed upset because I had to ride away on my bicycle, and he rode by me and he said, "Why don't you get off the road?" Yeah. And I went. I gave him a.
You're not one to take shit from someone like that.
No, I gave him an FU, and then he gave me the bird, and then I'm like, "Come back."
But let me
come back. He was in a Volvo, and I had memorized his license plate, but it escapes me at this point. Anyway, that's normal shit, you know.
You don't make it to be your age if you argue about right of way when bicycling.
Well, it was funny because he had a Volvo and he was roaring his engine next to me, and it was like, I'm like,
a Volvo?
Yeah,
those Volvos.
Those guys are scary.
They're on every street corner revving their shit.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
that was the funny thing about it. And he actually, threw the bird out to me, and I'm like, I know he's looking in his mirror, and I'm doing like one of these, you know, and he's putting along, and then he's getting nervous because he gets caught in a parking lot and there's a slower car in front of him hitting the speed bumps, and I'm like,
But let's
doing
face
this.
it, dude.
Whoop.
You're not going to get. Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
you just spilled
Oh
the
yeah, you hear
party
that, guys?
foul.
Yep.
It's all right.
You better
I'm
start
ready.
dabbing it up now.
Sound like about 20 Rolling Rocks fell off.
I never drank Rolling Rock, dude. I never would drink that shit.
Oh,
I believe you. If you got offended by that comment, I believe you.
That's all right.
It's usually that other one, Beck's.
Yeah, I got Budweiser now.
All right. Very nice.
So you get offended by a Rolling Rock, but you're a Bud man.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I never liked a Rolling Rock. I don't know what it's made of.
A Rolling Rocks and a river. I don't know. We used to
No, it's
drink it
Canadian.
in No, it's not. It's from Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Isn't
Okay,
it?
well,
Why do I remember that? Or am I thinking of Ice House? I don't know. Maybe it's Ice House.
well,
All
someone
the
needs to look
college
that puppy
beers
up.
kind of fucking meld into each other.
I remember when I was young, my buddies used to like get the Mickeys. You remember the Mickeys? They had
Oh yeah,
a little bottle with the wide.
it's like a
Mickey's
short
Big-
fat bottle.
Yeah, yeah. But it
Mickey's
had
Big
a
Mouth.
wide intake port.
Mhm.
If you were at NASA, intake port, it was wide. And
That's technical speak.
Wide mouths, they called them.
wide mouth. Thank you.
Yep.
And anyway, I was thinking of the Mickeys when you said the Rolling Rocks. I probably am incorrect on that.
Anyone remember the Hef and Reffer pints with the puzzle on the cap?
Nope.
Nope.
And apparently you don't know the Beastie Boys lyric. Didn't even know that I was caught in a speed trap. No, it doesn't ring a bell. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I would have
I-
heard it and
I
not,
don't-
not
I don't know what
understood
the
the
beer is,
significance
though.
of it.
But
Exactly.
You remember
Yeah.
that lyric. But I
Mhm.
actually had those beers. My buddy from El Paso was big into the Hef and Reffers.
Hef and what?
Beastie
Hef and
Boys.
Hef
They're a
and Repper.
significant influence to you young boys.
Yeah.
Oh, Beastie Boys were
Adulthood
definitely
progress.
a very
It's
large
amazing.
part of my life, for sure.
That's amazing.
They fought for our right to party.
The best album was Paul's Boutique by far. Fucking fire, dude.
Well, maybe the best one of the best albums ever made, because it won't be, you can't ever sample like that anymore, and
incredible.
so it is an amazing piece of work.
So good, so good. They used
When we were in,
Beatles riffs like straight out of the White Album, wrapped over it, and didn't get charged for nothing, dude. It's fucking crazy.
You're allowed to sample
Now back then,
in copyright law.
that album sounds incredible on a really good system.
So good, man. Loved it. All-time banger.
Yeah, it's good stuff. When we were in, my buddy got married, and he lives on Long Beach, and he got married in Brooklyn, and we just kept playing that. Hello, Brooklyn. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm talking about, Smokesteve?
Yeah, of course. Oh, hell yeah.
But the whole time we were there, it was like, the whole place would be silent, and somebody would get that on their phone and just blare it, and everybody would be like, yeah.
You're fucking with those hard-working people in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure those locals probably thought we were dorks, but we were having the time of our life.
Oh, yeah. Carling Black Label, classic. Now, Cup of Tea asks, why'd they blow it up right next to Denmark? Is Denmark a NATO country?
No.
Correct.
Yes, it is, actually.
It is, yeah.
It is. I got no answer.
Good
for
thing,
you.
because that Denmark army is something to be worried about.
Take it easy, Goon. Thanks
That
for
was,
your show tonight. It was great.
Oh, man.
Those are the Danes, man. That means Vikings.
That's right.
You don't want to fuck with those people.
Wait. Top Goon's leaving. Get your ass on here and you'll attract a Goon.
He says he has no mic. Bullshit.
Oh, he's pulling my mic.
So
struck.
he needs to work on sign language then.
Oh, no, Mike.
He's got a laptop and he's got headphones, so he's got two chances to have a mic there.
Okay, no, he's got to run out soon, so that's fine. He's got to go pick up the kids or something. No worries. It's all good. Go do your thing.
I'm glad those days are over.
What's that? Taking care of your kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're supposed to take care of your kids? Shit, I did it wrong.
Well,
I take care of my kids.
That's right.
You guys don't know this, but you got to be careful. The more I watch Clint Eastwood movies and the tough childhood upbringing, like I'll give you an example. Like a lot of things from my perspective is I grew up with a lot of people in the dirt. You know what I mean? Like kids would play in the dirt, and nobody had allergies. Nobody had peanut butter shit, and I might sound like a Republican, but
same here though, and I'm younger than you.
Like
I
the
don't
biggest
remember any
biggest
people with
problem with
allergies.
modern America today is the automated sterilizing dishwasher, because there's no exposure anymore. We used to drink out of hoses and puddles, and you know what I mean. We all got sick, but
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that, but you're certainly correct. We didn't live. Our lives were not as sterile and clean, and
I think
I don't remember peanut allergies when I was growing up that anybody had.
nobody had them. In fact,
Right.
if the guy next to you had peanuts, you were after him.
Or did you ever hear anybody who was sensitive to gluten when you were growing up? I never heard of such a thing.
Never.
The bakery was, the heart of life.
Yeah. Let me tell you, give me the gluten, because that fresh bread, there was nothing like it. The stuff that would go stale in a day.
Yep.
That
Gluten
was the stuff that was.
Gluten was the expensive stuff.
I'm just saying that maybe a lot of our problems are the additives, and
of course.
That's why
That's
I think the
no-brainer.
Europeans have a better diet, because of the no GMOs and.
GMOs won't hurt you.
Well,
that's not going to be the problem.
I think it's probably more like fertilizer and shit that's doing us the most damage.
I don't know, but I would like to see an explanation for why there's seemingly so many allergies and
it's all
gluten sensitivity.
I don't think it's fertilizer.
You don't think
it's
so?
It's not fertilizer. It's the lack of
It could be a
exposure
mixture of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that would sound like the most reasonable of the things you've mentioned.
Could be.
A total environmental impact from like multiple sources.
There's some evidence.
Antibiotics, you could be dealing with pesticides.
Yeah, pesticides are the worst.
GMOs,
in fact,
genetically modified. You have there's a type of corn, I think, that was supposed to be resistant to a certain type of rot or something that then affected butterflies. So
oh yeah,
there can be layers of things. I think they had combined corn with like a flounder gene or something. Or
they can make anything.
Well, I'll give you examples.
They can make corn that emits herbicide or pesticide.
Yeah, and that's the GMO process. Like our buddies at
Monsanto.
I don't want to say their name, but they're the
Monsanto.
Thank you. They have
demonetized
genetically modified seeds that are resistant to Roundup, which we now know is a major cause of cancer and all kinds of things. But
seems to be.
Well, here's the problem that anyway, I'm not going to go into the GMO thing. That's
you guys use Roundup.
That's a 20-year-old argument right now.
I bathe in that shit, Smokesteve.
Yeah, I just drink it straight.
Yeah.
I have used it in the last year with heavy chemical gloves with a wand sprayer.
It's I think it's respiratory, so be careful with that. So no fumes.
Have you noticed any difference in your penis or anything?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you can't find it.
Dude, it's a legacy of the shit Agent Orange in Vietnam. Okay?
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
It's very
here's
similar.
the thing. Here's the sin. People in America were a lot stronger when they would go out there and pull the weeds themselves instead of using a chemical to kill the weeds. And that's what I see it down here, because we got all the northerners coming down, and it's all watery down here. So when it rains, the shit goes in the river and everything else.
Right.
Here's the funny thing down here. They're trying to kill insects.
What about
in Florida? We got insects everywhere. You know
What
what I mean?
about this new thing they're calling PFAS, forever chemicals? So the
Yeah.
town of Cambridge, which has more bike lanes than fucking roads at this point, can't even drive a fucking car through Cambridge. But now
Sounds
they,
green.
dude, it's greener than Dublin, which isn't very green, so that's not saying much. Anyways, yeah. So what was I talking about again? PFAS, right?
PFAS.
Sorry.
They did a test there on their water, and now they're going to get the water from the city of Boston because they discovered PFAS in their water, elevated levels of it.
What is it?
They call it a forever chemical.
Is it an herbicide or something else?
I think it might have been a runoff from possibly related to tanneries. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you remember the book A Civil Action by John Clancy? It was also a movie.
I don't know if I saw that. I read that. I don't know if I saw it or read it.
There was a river in Woburn that caught fire multiple times, and then multiple children in that town ended up getting a rare form of leukemia.
Yeah, there was probably a river in every big city in the United States that caught
I'll
fire.
agree with that one.
Yeah. Now it was from a tannery. So
Yeah.
Nah, it wasn't from a tannery.
well, the river caught fire right outside of the tannery, who was dumping, extremely concentrated solvents after usage into the river, and they would just literally float on the surface.
The corporate America is not going to risk that kind of pollution for a fucking bunch of skins. Something else was going on for sure.
Well, they did. Those tanneries poured out poisons. This was before environmental protection was a thing.
I'll tell you this. I drove when I was like 17 years old. I went with a bunch of buddies. We drove up to North Carolina. My buddy had a cabin up there. We drove across Georgia, and guess what? The tanneries, airships. Yeah, the tanneries. The fucking smell in the air while you were driving was like fucking horrendous.
I can imagine.
I believe anything is possible when you come into a tannery town, because that stuff is nasty. So I will concede that point.
It's true. And you just head on down to the corner store for some penny candy or to the saloon for a nice pint.
Those were the days.
Yeah, exactly. Plastics. All right, let's get him in here. It's been a while. Hello.
Oh, really good.
He's back. No, I'm kidding. What's up, Welshie? How are you?
Something's all right. How's something, boys?
Good.
There he is.
Cheers, old basty.
Yeah. I'm here to give an opposite opinion.
No kidding.
I'm there to stir the pot for you.
All right, I need a beer and a drink for this. Get yourself warmed up. Do some breathing exercises.
You know, I'm so happy he's here. He really makes the night.
Yep.
Who does?
Basil.
Basil.
Sometimes, lads, it's like a circle jerking contest, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Where's that? Here?
Yeah, you need a bit of opposite opinion, surely.
Absolutely.
We need another hand in the mix, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'll stir the pot for you.
We need just a bigger circle, is what he's saying.
We get used to the same feeling. We need something a little scratchy, a little callousy.
Yeah, well, what happened to the Saturday night thing? Because obviously that's done well, is it?
No, it's just it's mostly on a Saturday at the same time. It's just that now,
Schedule.
like tonight, it works better for me and works better for him, and so.
Are you still doing a Saturday night?
Most weekends we do a Saturday night. Sometimes because one of us has some event on Saturday, he'll if he can, he'll do it on a Friday.
Got you.
But the standard time is Saturday 7 or 7:30.
Well, not his time. What is it like? 1 o'clock there?
Yeah,
It's
7:30 Eastern time. It's midnight or midnight 30.
Yeah, midnight
where
35.
you are. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Talking about that,
Z30. Do they call it Z30 there?
No,
Said.
no.
Z is 0.
It's football as well.
Well, right now it's 030, right?
No,
For him.
no, it's
You
half
could-
past 12.
I just wondered. Just was
Half
curious.
past 12. That's good. That's good. I'll use that.
So, Welshman, do you normally get up later in the day, or are you an early riser?
Sorry, I just realised my headphones weren't working. Are they working now?
They're your headphones. How are we going to know if you can hear?
Sorry.
We could certainly hear your voice.
Are they
And
clear?
Oh.
No,
we
I'll
heard
get
it
my
before, too.
I'll get my other ones. No, I'm sort of an early-ish riser. I'm not working regular hours at the moment, so.
Wow, I got a great view of the moon right there. It's fucking awesome. It's like a crescent.
What's the
I don't
guy's
wanna-
name, McGran?
The moon.
Yeah.
And it's a crescent, but I don't want to concern anybody who's concerned about Islam or anything like that. But there's no star next to it, so we're okay.
I think the moon and a palm tree is like the flag for like South Carolina or something like that as well.
Well, it serves them right. I don't think
Jeez.
palm trees can grow in South Carolina.
I think it's no, they can't. Someone's phone's dying. Your power's low. Whoever
Yeah.
that is.
Either
It's
that
my
or,
old Samsung.
or base has sat on a cat, and the cat's not
Yeah,
happy.
I've got an old Samsung here that
I don't.
AT&T said it wasn't 4G, and it is. But anyway, I had to get a new phone. But in the meantime, I use it like a tablet, you know.
Well,
But the
I hate to tell you this,
battery's
base
run down.
McGran, but it's these days it's 5G.
I know, but this is 4G.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's the flag.
The limitations that were presented to me by AT&T said it was not 4G, and it was. But anyway, it was in that gray area. But nonetheless, I use it like a tablet.
Thanks, wife.
Yeah, yeah, very
I
nice.
agree.
I'm
Fascinating.
not going to throw it away. It's perfectly good. It's actually, well, the battery runs out fast, but it's an old that's the original battery, and it's like 8 years old, you know?
Wow.
So,
I got a story I could tell. Something
ahead.
happened to me today. It's interesting. You guys might get a kick out of it.
go for it.
So a couple weeks ago, I'm a sign maker. I think most of you probably know that.
Yep.
But I was delivering this sign to this restaurant in this nicer area of town, you know, and it was for this. They're not my customer. It's a guy that I do that you know, he's like a middle guy type guy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just delivering it when I got done with it, and I got there, and I walked in the door, and it was this girl, and she's probably 30-ish, you know. And I don't know what she is, like the hostess or something maybe at this real nice restaurant. And so I said, I got this. She knew, obviously, from her reaction, I knew she knew what it was I was bringing her. I was like, yeah, I got this long, skinny one for you. And
she knew it.
She said something. I can't remember exactly what she said because it was 2 weeks ago and it didn't come back up till today. But she said something to the fact like, "Oh, I don't know if I like the sound of that," or something like that. And I was like, you know, I was like kind of uncomfortable about it. You know, I didn't.
I mean, you don't like being sexually harassed, just like anybody.
Right.
By a beautiful
Well,
woman.
I mean, if you walk up to a woman and say, "I got a long, skinny one for you,"
Right. But I mean, I had
come
the
on.
sign. I had the sign in my hand, and I was
Okay.
giving it to her. You
Was
know
your,
what I'm saying?
was your,
Was it
was your
wrapped?
zipper also
No,
open
it wasn't
at the same
wrapped.
time?
No, right.
Okay, so the sign was visible. That gives
Yeah, oh yeah, it was completely visible. I'm carrying it in my arms,
The sign was completely exposed.
and I was
is what you're
handing
saying.
it to her when I said it. So,
Okay.
but her reaction just kind of it was awkward, and I didn't really know how
It's
to
a
react.
joke,
You know.
it's a joke.
You know
No,
what?
I know. It didn't bother me. I wasn't offended or anything.
No,
it was just
no,
like
that's
I was uncomfortable, so I didn't really continue on with her. You know, I kind of just laughed it off, and I gave her the sign or whatever. So at the time, there was a problem. She had a problem with the sign. There was this little scratch in it. It was an outside sign. It was completely minuscule, her complaint. But what am I supposed to say? Argue with her? And, it's not even my customer. But I made it and I brought it, and then somehow it got a little bitty scratch.
Can you just touch that up with an artist brush and be boom, done to go?
She's wanted to keep it, and I said no. I'll take it back and I'll fix it. I'll reuse it. And it was a big piece of plastic, and I was irritated, but I didn't think much of it. I brought it back the next day, all fixed up, and I get a call from this middle guy who luckily is kind of a good friend of mine. I would consider him probably a good friend. Yes. And he's like, man, I don't even. He's like, this is so uncomfortable to have this conversation with you. And I said something sexual to him at the time because that's just the relationship that me and him have with each other. I can't remember I told him the way he put it. I was like, well, you do know you're supposed to zip it up before you start tapping it, as a joke, yeah. like he went pee and didn't, But anyway, so he's like, no, he's like, you remember when you dropped off that sign a couple weeks ago? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, apparently you said something to the girl. And as soon as he said that, I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Well, what happens is last night he goes there with his wife to eat dinner. They're having this nice meal. The manager gets him and brings him back to his office to tell him how I said this to this chick when I dropped the sign off.
I thought she was trying to be funny with you, but she was actually serious.
Well, she was joking. She was joking after that. I don't think.
The manager is fucking that girl.
He's what? You cut off to me. He said, what'd you say?
Is fucking that girl.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I wish he cut off.
Yeah, maybe that was like some great edit somewhere.
Yeah, it's the algorithms trying to save us.
My headphones are censoring McGrande.
God's up there going, nope, I'm cutting him off.
I gave you your chance, and you
right.
Hey, Fitz, that could have been really serious for you. That could have been, though, because...
Well, I've been thinking about it since this happened, and my friend, he was... I told him I was completely sorry, because he was out with his wife, and this has to happen to him. And, it was on top of him wanting it redone again, because the way that they ordered it, which I originally told them it was not going to work, it didn't work, and now they want it done again. And I think that's where this all stems from, is that she knew she should have got the way I told her she should have got in the first place, and she didn't. And now they have to redo it. And she's like, oh, and by the way, he said this to me while I was in there.
But you could have lost a contract. Say if that was a professional relationship.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I would think about this.
Worse, you could have been on a charge. It could have developed into a charge because, of course, you believe the woman.
Aphid.
Hold on. I just did on that regards based because I was thinking about this tonight, and you're exactly right. Like 2 weeks, maybe a month ago, it was last month. It was on last month's books. I did a $7,000 job for this guy. So if he wasn't such a good friend of mine, and this happened a week before that, that would have cost me and my family $7,000. Her saying this about me.
Yeah.
Did he's cut you off now?
No. He would never do that.
But
he knows. He told her he said he was very insistent with her, and he's like, look, I've known him for 20 years. That is not who he is. He would never have meant it the way that you took it, But still, it happened.
The matter is, you didn't say anything wrong or offensive. You were holding a sign that was long and
yes.
all that you were talking about.
I know.
It's complete bullshit. I've run into scenarios.
It was her smutty mind that projected that meaning onto it. Nothing you said.
Yeah, scenarios like this before, where if there's a handshake contract or something along that nature, or a comment is made regarding a unwritten or handshake contract, that people will use anything that they can to change it after the fact. I've run into this when, even in situations where money's being counted, if it was counted out of sight of a person and then there was a discrepancy, then that person, whatever it might be, they saved this up. She used this against you because she wanted to get something out of you.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
A friend of mine got done over by the police, and he got stitched up. And now he wears spy glasses, and they're fucking brilliant. I've seen them. I've seen the replay on them. They're fucking class. And when he has interactions now, he just switches it on. And if you thought about a body cam, I know I might sound extreme, but it's not necessarily against the customer at all. It's just security, isn't it?
So just to clarify, Welshman, these look like Ray-Bans, but they have cameras on the
Yeah,
glasses.
I've had a
It's
look at
like
them.
the Google Glass, the old days.
Yeah,
They were only out for a year, but they got a new brand out now.
His one lasts an hour. When he pressed record, it lasts like up to an hour, 1080, and the lens is in the middle, right in the middle.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
How much do they cost? How much do they cost? $7,000.
No. Go on Amazon now. They're about they start at about 40, 50 quid on Amazon, and they go up. But the one he got, I think it was about 60 quid. It wasn't expensive.
I
mean, even if I had those, what would I do? Like, go back to this customer and show him, hey, look, I didn't.
It's protection. Whether you need it or not, it's there for protection.
Let me help you. I've been through many business deals. You got assholes. You got all kinds of problems. You're going to move on. Dude, you're going to handle it.
I'm not. I just thought it was interesting to tell the story. I'm not like losing sleep over it.
As well, see,
listen, you have to show your integrity, be a stand-up guy, but don't let her push you around. And her husband.
Oh, I'm never gonna deal with her ever again. I told him.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, I'm not
with them again. That's it.
I said I'm not going back there. I'm like, because he only lives like a mile away from this restaurant, and I was only doing him a favor. So I'm like,
you are a fucking talent.
From now on, you're taking the stuff.
Plenty of business for you out there, man. Plenty of business. You're a talent. You're a master. Don't let them fucking push you around.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is, McGrand, and order a sign?
No, I'm just trying to build them up. I'm bucking them up because that's what it takes.
No, I'm not worried about this in any way. But it just bothers me.
Friendly advice. That's all.
At first, I was like, oh man, I should feel sorry for her. Like the woke person in me was like, oh, I should feel sorry for her that she was offended by my words.
Right.
But I did nothing wrong, and she could have cost me a lot of money.
But she didn't, and guess what? You're gonna come.
No, she didn't. But it's still ignorant that she would do that. Because she's like a dude couldn't have got away with that. Because she's a girl. And I'm not saying girls have the upper hand on dudes.
Listen.
I'm just saying in this instance, I think there's a little sexual unfair advantage that they have to play situations like that to their advantage.
All right, let's be subtle about this, okay? We all understand that, Ethan. So we're not gonna. We all understand this. We have to deal with different people all the time. All right? They could be homeless. They could be male. They could be black. They could be Chinese. They could be Colombian. They could be whatever. You all know what people are, right? There are differences. So you dealt with it properly. But don't do business with her anymore.
Yeah, I told the dude, I was like, you're taking, because we got to read it. Well, that was the other thing that's a little bit important to the story, too. She claims that I just left and the next day brought the same sign back because it still looked bad, is what she's saying. And now she wants it done totally different. So I just think that she was like, just after the whole thing happened, she was like, oh, and then, you'll never guess what else happened. He said this to me.
But wait a minute.
Looks bad. How does it look bad?
You actually did put in a lot of effort, and you're not getting anything for it, right?
Okay, so I drove there one time, and I made the sign. It's a double-sided sign, and she complained about this. I took a picture because it's not my customer, and I wanted to show the customer, my friend, I wanted to show him what she was complaining about before I fixed it. So I took a picture of it, and I sent it to her, to him. And then the next day, I fixed it, and this is not by my house either. This is in Clayton, which is like kind of our second downtown in St. Louis. It's like the nicer downtown. Mm-hmm. And I went there the next day out of my way. It drove 30 miles probably, 60 round trip. It probably, in gas, what is, it probably cost me, I'm not caring about it, but it was probably $20-$25 and then an hour of my time. And I took it back, and she's claiming that I just took her the same one back. But I didn't, and I got a picture to prove it because I got a picture of the damage, and if it doesn't look exactly like that, the damage she's complaining about, then it's not the same sign.
So you're
But
not
then
going to get
that's what happened.
First of all,
So-
a little damage shows it's weathered. It's like a human being, like a little bit of a stray dog, and it's real
Right.
life. So a little bit of damage is like, what does that mean? There's something going on with her, and I'm telling you.
So what were we
doing
gonna
the
say last
boss.
dance about
No,
my
she's doing the
profit?
boss.
So you got nothing for all that effort, right?
And I still got to make it again and give it back to my customer so he can take it over there. But yeah, I'm out the gas money. I'm out the sign. I'm definitely losing money on this one
Well,
for nothing because I told him originally this is how they should make it. I said it's never going to work this way. Because you can't have
has some advice.
it's a learning experience, man. It's like paying tuition.
Oh yeah. Well, this guy is more than generous to me.
Yeah.
The
He's your
customer that it's through. Yeah, he's
Yeah, I know.
You're going to take care of him. You're not going to alienate him with his customer, but you're not going to take her again.
He's my customer, but he
yeah.
treats like he gives me these like $100 bottles of wine and stuff, all the time. He's very generous and very nice guy. He pays me as soon as I deliver the sign. And most people are not like that at all.
Yeah.
He's like, you come by my house, you can have a check. And I'm like, all right.
You take care of him. Fuck her. You just placate to her, and you just bite it or eat it if you.
Yeah, we're kind of personal friends on top of
that's good.
Work.
That's good. Friends are important, man.
But it just burns me up. That if he wasn't if it was any other middle guy, because I got a lot of customers that are like that, middle guys. Yeah. And if this happened with one of the other guys, I don't have that same relationship.
Hey, Martin.
I find, especially in my former existence, that customers are assholes, and
customers are just horrible.
They think you work in McDonald's, and they don't appreciate your skills. But my customers were different. But any new customers, and just when you have to go out there and do new business, people today are so suspect, and so that's why I miss my old people. When I was in the business earlier, it was a bunch of guys, World War II veterans and shit like that, people you could talk to, and it wasn't, they all understood everything, Today, everybody wants an angle. It's scary.
Very true. Everybody, Martin is joined up here. If you want to jump on, Martin, go right ahead.
Fucking moon, man. I wish you get a shot of that.
I could definitely use a little green on the show, even if you don't want to say anything.
Definitely.
Where does the copy and paste go if I don't uncopy and paste it? Does it just go into the ether after a certain amount of time?
Like when you cut and paste something on your computer?
It should be there forever, right?
But you need a place to put it.
It stays
sometimes
in the copy
like
buffer.
a Word document.
They call it a clipboard is what they call it.
Yeah, the clipboard on Windows, yep.
Thank you. I think you saved me. This
I
Windows 10 is killing me.
For some reason, it doesn't. I've noticed, though, sometimes, like, after long, because I keep my computer on, and at long periods of time, there must be maybe a time limit for the clipboard because it'll be gone.
Right.
Yeah.
But every time I close my computer down, it's like, you got a large quantity of space on your clipboard. You sure you want to close with it there?
Steve, I'm going to shut it down, reset my phone, and come back and get my headphones to work, I think, then. All right?
Okay. See you then.
We can hear you, though, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm on loudspeaker, and it does go sometimes. And,
okay. All right.
Yeah, I just want to iron this out as well. Cheers. 2 seconds.
No problem. See you.
We want him without 0.001% of interference in any way. So hopefully he comes back 100%.
Absolutely.
Maybe he'll get to see a little bit of Trigger, his Boston Terrier. Very cute dog.
Well, McGrand, despite all the tragedy and damage, did you find the hurricane a bit of an excitement for a change of pace?
It was a multiple day experience for, anticipation and everything else. And I actually, a day before, because of that program I have, I didn't think it was going to hit Tampa. I told my wife it was clicking right. What it was like just south of Cuba was starting to go to the east. And anyway, it was. I am so thankful that I was not affected in any significant way. But it was like 4 days of rain. But I got like a mini experience of what those poor people had to go through, and it's just, again, I've been through a couple of these experiences, near misses and stuff. I'm very thankful because it could have easily been where I am. And the problem with this particular storm is it actually did hit high population centers, and it went all the way across the state, and it's actually going to make a legacy in South Carolina. It's probably going to be a history maker because
I mean, it even after it was done destroying Fort Myers, it flooded Orlando pretty much.
Not only that, I was seeing videos of St. Augustine, which is completely on the East Coast, completely downtown, under 4 or 5 feet of water, and because you got to understand the wind direction, it's counterclockwise. So
yep.
And for me, it was the wind direction was south.
You were
southwest.
No, you wouldn't have been south.
I was south. When it came across for me, it was on the outer edge. It was south, and the thing moved slow.
It was south because the video you posted at the beginning, when you're near the beach, the waves are ripping from this direction, and you're facing, and we know the beach behind you over your right shoulder is north, south. Over your left shoulder is south, because you're facing the camera back to the beach, and you could just see it was ripping. Wait, was the wind?
It was just think of the circulation, right? It's counterclockwise, and it comes across the state, and I'm over here. Oh, that's opposite. My fucking.
Anyway, we just don't show it. So we know what counterclockwise is.
You know what I'm talking about, counterclockwise. Yeah. So I'm picking up the southerly, and then as it moves farther north, I'm starting to get west, which is what I got now, because it wasn't far enough to the east for me to get the heavy. Actually, it was from the. Yeah, it would be from the west. Anyway, 3 days of that shit because it moved so slow. It was like moving 10 miles an hour. Normally they move like 15, 16, 17. That thing just was tearing it up.
You know who was reasonably close? Cypher. He wasn't. It didn't go right through, but
but he's south of the Space Coast.
He's north. He's north of there.
Titusville got it, and which is Cape Canaveral, and also Jacksonville.
He's fairly close to Titusville, but he's north of it, I'm pretty sure.
No, I think he's south of it.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm sure he felt some of the...
All right, take care, Topple.
Yeah, my dad got hit pretty good.
He's on the West Coast.
Yeah, Venice area.
Venice, yeah. He got hit pretty good, I guarantee you.
So he drove like straight across over to fucking Fort Pierce, wherever the hell that is.
Fort Pierce is like 100 miles, maybe 80 miles north of me.
So he said screw it, drove to Fort Pierce, and then Fort Pierce had tornadoes. He was in some fucking Fleabag hotel. Yeah. He did it though. He's old.
Good for him. Good for him.
He made it a couple 100 miles.
You know what?
Went back. He lost half of his roof.
Fuck.
And his whole carport. But
who is this?
My dad.
Holy shit, dude.
But he's
why aren't you driving down there to help him board that shit up?
That's done.
We're working
Here's the problem.
Something like that right
it's way
now.
past that. You can't go down there anymore. Everything is like going to be shut down.
That's a good point.
That's why I never left. I never evacuated, because when you leave, look, I'm on the 10th floor, so it's easy for me. You know what I mean? But because I could even be blown out and I can still live up here. But if you're in a house and you have a fucking 16-foot tidal surge, you're history. You're a refugee at that point. So I'm glad he left, Steve.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Smokesteve.
It's all right. It's all right. We're figuring it out. Like I said, we're going to be in the Outer Banks on Sunday. I'll be that much closer to him. We're working on it to get us together. It's just taking some logistics.
Dude,
Right.
You going to the Outer Banks when?
Sunday.
Like a day and a half from now?
OBX, baby. Yep.
So, you know where the storm's going?
Yeah,
You know how powerful this thing is?
I've been tracking this thing like crazy, dude. And we're clear.
I'm so far south of it. And today I was by the beach. I took my bike ride. I got my new bike going on my old bike up and ready.
Bike.
And it's beautiful because it's like a westerly breeze, but there's swells, which means there's action out there. Way out in the ocean. Way out. There's action. And they're coming in. The beautiful thing is, and you'll appreciate this, Steve, is they're coming in from the east or the northeast, and the wind's out of the west. So when you get these little swells breaking, it just tears the top off of the swell. You get spray, and from the erosion, you've got white sand from the beach all the way out to the third reef. I can see it from the ocean. I mean, from the shoreline. It's like
good stuff.
Yeah, it is. Well, anyway, we hope that we'll get a southeaster someday and bring it all back up.
The good thing about the Outer Banks is there's water on the inside, like between whatever, and it's kind of like Long Island Sound, but wider. And then, of course, you have the beach side, so you always have the bay side. It's cool. We got a decent place to stay. It'll be just something to do, right?
The storm is almost crossed into North Carolina now.
Right.
And it's way to the west of
exactly
of the
I've
Outer
been tracking
Banks.
it.
Yeah.
Popple better watch out because it's headed his way.
Well, it has to go by me first, so I better watch out.
Oh, that's true. But you're far east, so
Yep.
You'll be all right.
Hopefully.
You'll get maybe some breeze.
You know what the funny thing about this
I'd like to get
too?
some rain.
Normally, in a storm like this, a hurricane, the dirty side is to the east side. And I've been watching radar on this puppy for a long time. And
in
all
the East Side Motel.
Yeah, but on this storm, take note of this. On this, and you can verify this. Watch the radar. On the east side, on the west side is where all the storm was.
Oh, interesting.
It's where all the heavy rain and most of the wind.
Yeah.
The wind was towards the eye wall, but the heaviest rains were on the north side.
You know what? When it hit the coast, the eye wall was 30 miles wide. Yeah. That means someone was moving at 10 miles an hour. Figure it out, boys. How long was that calm in there? That's what's weird, because when you get to the backside of the storm, you get an opposite wind direction. It fucks everything up. And I bet you the tidal surge came on the second half.
Well, did you see what happened in Tampa Bay? They got that side, and all the water got pushed out of Tampa Bay.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
Even up in Pensacola, it happened. So it was farther up on the curve of the state.
It was like a reverse storm surge.
Like normally, if you went to a beach and you saw all of the water go out, you would think it would be a tidal wave.
A tsunami, yeah.
A tsunami. But in this case, it was sucking all that shit from the power of that storm, and it was pushing it up into the bays and the rivers on western Florida. And even then, it didn't matter.
The storm doesn't create water; it just gathers water.
It's a low pressure system. So it's sucking.
In fact, the last hurricane, the one before this that went all the way up to Nova Scotia, that barometric pressure on millibars was the lowest ever recorded in Canada all time.
This last one?
Yeah, the one that made it all the way to Nova Scotia. So
was that Fiona?
What was that? Was it below 900?
That sounds right. I don't know the reading, but I know they had never even come close. So
yeah,
that's what happens.
It was Fiona,
pressure.
the one that was supposed to hit Bermuda and missed it. Fucked up Puerto Rico, by the way. which everybody forgets about.
And Dominican Republic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
McGrandy was the future president of the United States. How do you think he's acted so far, Mr. Ron DeSantis?
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Yeah. Trigger words.
Trigger warning. Beep, 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 beep.
I have a
Based was like, how can I make this political? Here we go.
Oh, he
Wait.
succeeded.
Mr. Welshman,
Ching.
if I might provide you with some personal experience with Ron DeSantis
What, you can't
administration.
even pronounce his name right? You love him so much.
DeSantis, I can say like them. Hey, DeSantis, come on over here, man.
Oh, wow, look at you. You're DeSantising it up over there.
Here's the funny thing. I actually had to act as an intermediary on the unemployment system during the COVID crisis, and was an individual who had an opportunity to experience the utter collapse of a social system that was supposed to be in place.
Oh, that's hilarious. Wait.
Yeah.
Is that not
Yeah.
the funny part?
When you have to file various different burdens that are provided by the state, and the system fails, and it takes you an hour, 2 hours every 2 or 3 weeks, and maybe you can't even do it, and if it fails, you don't get the benefits. So it's almost contrived, and one rises to the suspicion that the failures are in fact intended.
I think that feeling goes throughout the world, though, mate.
Yeah. And you know what? I hate to say this as a liberal, but it's every time you try and count on your government to help you, you can assure yourself that there's going to be failure.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, I've got no confidence in the Labour Party, and I have zero confidence in the Conservative Party. We're a two-party state like yourself, and they're both as bad as each other. They're both as corrupt as each other. They're in it for themselves, and they're in it for
it's not even corruption. It's incompetence. Because what are you faced with? You're looking at managers that have only been on the job for 2 years or 3 years, and you're looking at victims all the way around, and politico hacks. Or I want to introduce what they call political hacks in the Soviet Union. They call them apparatchiks. Apparatchiks. And that's what most of our government officials are. They're and it's unfortunate.
What do you think about Rand Paul?
Ron Paul?
Rand.
I tell you, Rand Paul, thank you.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I liked his dad a lot better than him. I think he's a bit of a spoiled brat, a little bit of an opportunist.
I kind of liked his dad, too.
I like his dad.
I can't stand Rand Paul.
No, Rand he's an opportunist, and he's pulling the switches.
So which one's doing all the questioning in the Senate? Is that the young one or the old one?
The young one.
The old one don't work no more. He's actually went off the deep end.
Okay.
He probably has, but
at least he's not your president, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say it's a toss-up between who has the
they get old like
cognitive functioning. Yeah.
The Ron Paul dude, though, I really liked how he had such a grassroots kind of campaign. You didn't see any printed signs for him.
You mean Rand
but
Paul?
At least around no, the dad, Ron Paul.
Oh, the dad Paul.
But around here, the only signs you saw were handmade signs, and I was like, that is super cool,
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna, you don't need to.
You know what I like about him? He absolutely made sense. He had a little commercial about how would you it was when the war was going on in Afghanistan and Iraq, and he was like, how would you feel if a foreign army came into your country and was trying to subjugate you? And it really drove it home that it gave you a different perspective on, especially then. It was a brave thing to do because everybody was like, yeah, kill our enemies. And he was like, probably, if we would have just said, see you later, then we would probably saved billions of dollars, and Social Security would be much better today. And everybody would be getting
trillions.
$1,000 checks every week. You know,
And hundreds of thousands of lives.
yeah, and that too.
Sadly,
So there was
WMDs.
oh yeah, that was such bullshit, dude. And that was so long ago, but for me, it was so fresh in my memory because, like,
Well, do any of you know the
the
name?
aluminum tubes. They talked about the aluminum tubes. Oh,
Yep.
oh,
Yeah.
those could be used to, during the process of
Enrichment, uranium enrichment.
yeah. We can. And
Could
it
they
was
be
like-
used for anything else? No, just uranium enrichment.
And you know what the sad thing is Powell, who I had a lot of respect for because he was a combat
They
guy
all
in
lied.
Vietnam. Powell sold his soul, and you know what? He's regretted it ever since.
So just
He doesn't regret it anymore
Yeah, but
Well, maybe not.
can I inject here because
died, McGrath.
just lads, can I just inject because clearly we're all roughly on the same agreement that
What if I say no?
we were all lied to about the Iraq War, where they said WMDs, etc. But at the time, I'll be honest, we all fell for it. A lot of us did fall for it, right? But Biden, right? Whether he said he'd blow it up, he said he'd stop it, didn't he? He said he'll stop it. And the day it went active, it fucking blew up, right? He wouldn't answer the question.
What's
he was
that?
Biden said in February, he was questioned, and he said that what about the Nord pipeline? And he said it won't go ahead. It won't go live. And she said, why won't it go live? He said, I'm telling you, it won't go live. And the day it was supposed to go live, it blew up. Now,
we're moving to a different topic here with the pipeline.
So, but can't you see that the leaders lied to us then, and they could lie to us now? There's nothing to gain from Putin blowing up his own pipeline. He could use that as a bargaining chip. Now he hasn't got a bargaining chip. He was going to supply Germany with gas. Who's going to earn off it? Who's going to benefit off it? Not fucking Putin.
Well, I think we're at a disadvantage because we're not really up onto the current news stream because of our hurricanes and Ukraine. So we're not on up to the. I've actually seen some headlines about the explosions on. I was more concerned because you got a bunch of natural gas pumping out into the ocean, but
no, they're actually just had gas in the pipes. The valves are shut off, I believe.
Well,
who could shut off the valves?
Well, it's a Russian pipeline. That's why the narrative of the Russians blowing up their own pipeline is just not. Just think about it a little bit, and
it's totally believable.
So what?
And it's
saying,
also, unlikely. Any proposed claim is unlikely.
Last dance. Have you seen the actual the questioning that Biden took when he was asked that?
Yes, I have seen it, and I've seen his answer.
And he avoids. She asks, "How are you going to stop it?" And he said he avoids answering the question and said, "We'll stop it."
Yeah, you don't know what that means. It's more likely that everybody there thought it meant diplomatic means, getting Germany to.
It surely doesn't. It surely doesn't prove that he did it.
It's not even evidence.
No. But what it proved? Well, it doesn't prove. But what I suggest is that when pressured on the answer of the question, he didn't say diplomatic means, which would be a perfectly lawful thing to say. He avoided answering the question because it's an act of war. It's an act of war what they're doing.
You don't know that. You're just guessing. You're guessing.
Yeah, but if he was going to do it from diplomatic means, why didn't he just answer the question correctly and say, "Well, we'll make sure we'll work it with the Germans, we'll work it with the Danish."
And you can't say all those words anymore.
What question does he answer?
Pass out from lack of oxygen if he said that much.
Well, hey, Fitz, you wouldn't be laughing if you heard it.
No, I've heard it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think we haven't heard it.
Okay. So in Europe, I go through all the news stations. No one's even mentioned. They're just saying it's Russia. It's Russia's own pipeline, and they blow up their own pipeline, which is just a berserk thing to think.
I agree. They shouldn't be making. They're making assumptions. Just
Yeah, I saw Biscuit Vape said today in the Discord that it was like it's clear it was clearly Putin that blew up the pipeline. And
Yeah, but
if I had more time, I was going to be like, it's not clear. I didn't
know
think
who
it was
did it,
clear.
right?
Well, let's think about this. Like, if Putin was concerned with the Ukraine and taking countries in, parts of the country in to become Russia, why would he be bombing the fuck out of it and raising the hell out of some of these places?
Well, he didn't blow up all the power plants until 2 weeks ago, and then he blew up all the power plants because he didn't want to do it. He blew up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if he's willing to do that to gain territory, why wouldn't he be willing to blow up his own pipelines?
Because it's cost him fucking billions of pounds to put together, and he can use it as a bargaining chip for Germany. Right, the only people who would gain from it would be the old, the country that loves going to war, right, and making lots of money from going to war. That's the only people who would make money from it. No one else. The Germans want heat. The Russians want to bargain it and blackmail the Europeans with this new pipeline, and the Americans don't want the pipeline. They hate the pipeline. They never wanted. Basically, they said it wasn't going to go live, and guess what? The day it was going live, the day it got blown up. It's a message.
Wait, I thought they were cutting off our gas. It was the day it was going live. The
Yeah,
Russians are cutting off gas to Germany. Why would they be turning it on?
Well,
forgive me because I'm ignorant here.
No, you're fine.
Was there an explosion today or yesterday?
A couple days ago.
There a
2 days ago. 2 days ago was
a shutdown or an explosion?
3 explosions. 3 explosions on the pipeline, 700 meters down. And the reality is, Russia's got a lock on energy and gas around Europe, and the European countries just thought, in their wisdom, that they shouldn't produce their own oil or be independent.
Yes.
Or go through a safe country like Norway or.
It's the same. It's the same with us. We sold our soul to China.
Yeah.
For T-shirts.
Well, I'll give you a funny story about we're buying, or Europe are buying their oil from China. Where are China buying their oil and gas from? You know where they're buying it from? Russia.
Iran.
Russia. No, Russia.
Or Syria. Maybe even Russia.
Yeah, Russia. That's what they're buying. So
they share a border. It makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. They're still buying Russian gas and oil, but they're doing it at an inflated price. So the Russians are happy, the Chinese are really happy, and then the Europeans are saying, "Oh, we're not buying Russian oil. We're being self-sufficient." No, you're not. You're buying Russian oil by a third party.
I've got to correct you about the Chinese because they don't have oil resources.
That's what I know they don't. That's why they have to buy all their oil and gas.
That's why they're playing games with Putin, because the stuff's still coming in from up there.
Yeah, but everyone's making money.
Russia is probably even a greater natural resource for oil and gas than us.
But
I
thought the sanctions were supposed to harm Putin, and the ruble's super high. Food is actually reduced in Russia, where food in Europe.
Oh my God, I don't believe that.
It was in the papers the other day, mate.
What paper?
It was in the Sun, but it was in the papers, and they're saying that.
That's interesting. I like the Sun because they're like the Enquirer over here.
Yeah.
What, full of shit?
Yeah.
No, not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes they're cutting edge because they're a little bit irresponsible. You know what I mean? They print what they find.
You can't lie. The ruble is. I think 2 months ago was the highest it was for 5 years. So the ruble's doing really well. It doesn't seem to have the effect that everyone thought it was going to have. It's just affecting everyone from the west. Everyone. It's affected us really badly.
All right. So when you talk about the ruble, you're talking about that in comparison to what currency?
Well, if the ruble is the best it has been for 5 years since
Against
February,
what, the pound?
No, against itself. So it's the best it's been for 5 years, right? Since the war, as well, in the last 6 months, it's still for the last 5 years. So It's
Boy,
not how it-
You always measure it against another currency.
yeah, but boys, I want to tell you this.
No, you measure against its own currency as well. I know
How
you
does
can
that
measure.
work?
Well, you work out what the ruble was worth 5 years ago, and
In what? In
No,
rubles?
you need against what though? Against the pound or the euro or
Well, you have to measure it against more or less
another
the
currency.
euro, but now actually the euro and the dollar are very
And
close.
guess what, boys? You know what the interest rate's going up in this country? Like they're trying to kill inflation. You know what that's doing to the U.S. currency? It is fucking killing it.
well, that's the plan.
Yeah. Well, my wife's Colombian, so I look against the Colombian peso. It's an interesting gauge, and it's killing it. I'm telling you, it's like we're talking 5, 10, 6, maybe 5,
So
maybe 20% on a 2-month basis increase in valuation. So if you're sending money to another country,
Mhm.
or you want to go to that country and have your money in dollars, it's like a boon. You
Yeah, that's
cannot
called.
imagine.
That's
You're
called
saying it's raising the value of the dollar against other currencies.
Yeah, higher interest
Right.
rates in the United States will
Which-
increase.
which
Yeah,
makes
he's talking-
which makes our goods more expensive for trade.
He's talking about
No,
the age-old
it
practice
means
of.
our dollar is worth more.
You're talking
Because if you
McCrandy,
want to
you're
buy
talk-
our dollars, you can get a higher interest rate.
You're talking about the age-old practice of money changing using international currency rates and trying
No,
to.
I'm just talking about. He's talking about what's happening with the ruble, and I'm just giving you an example of
Yeah, it's called money
what
changing.
happens on the international stage.
So-
It's a simple observation on my part.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Colombian peso. Well, I spent 2 summers in Argentina doing some work, and
Nice.
they this is how I understood it at the time. I might be slightly incorrect, but
What year was that?
2002, 2003.
Thank you.
So what happened? I was importing classic vehicles and Lambrettas from there to Britain. So what they did, they took away the Argentinian peso, I believe it was. No, sorry, they took away the US dollar and replaced it with the Argentinian peso overnight. And overnight, people lost like 90% in savings. That's what they did over there. Just like only the super rich managed to get out, and they were like and they all went to Uruguay with boat bills of cash. Literally, I was told, like literally just getting out of the country with the. So yeah, they sort of got rid of the American dollar because that was being used all the time, and yeah, they devalued it.
You know what's interesting about Uruguay?
Mhm.
It's the guy that fixed my
Nothing.
bicycle. He's Uruguayan, but I know a little bit about the history of that country. Did you follow the election of the president that was a former revolutionary, became president? What was his name? You remember?
I don't know. I was there. I went to Uruguay for like 4 days.
Oh, okay. 4
Super
days.
poor, super poor, really poor place.
Yeah, and guess what? Were they all Europeans?
Not as I remember. No, but funny is Uruguay. Uruguay seems like Monaco. It seems like Monaco of like Monaco of Europe. It's like the Monaco of South America, even though it's super poor though.
Actually, McGrandy, it's pronounced "you are gay."
I'm sorry.
Ha.
Okay, I'm going to ban you.
Steve,
Come on.
It's
That
not
wasn't
working.
that,
Eat
right?
that.
Yeah, but it's definitely the plan to just keep on printing money and devaluing the dollar again. That's what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, seems to me like these poor bastards who are trying to buy a house now in the U.S. It went from like 2 to 3% interest rate. Now it's up in the 6 to 7%.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking people are increasing their mortgage payments by $500 to $600 a month. So that's pricing out all these middle class poor bastards who are like, I'm guessing the three of us, maybe, I don't know about you, McRandy, but you other guys, like we're lucky enough to get our houses probably when we got favorable prices and favorable rates. Now,
Yeah.
the housing market's gone fucking crazy, and now because of the Fed, the interest rates are
Steve,
astronomical.
I want to give you some perspective. My mom sold her house in 1987. That was the house I grew up in, and it was I had to move her out on a Friday, and the Monday after that was Black Monday, the great sell-off, the stock market, 1987, and I was a stockbroker, and the people who bought my mother's house, they had a mortgage of maybe 13 or 14%. They called it a balloon, which meant in 3 or 4 years it would come due. And you had a choice. You could keep paying it or you could refinance. And so that's what people did.
No, you couldn't keep paying it. You had to pay the entire balance or refinance it.
No, you didn't. In this case, you could refinance it. And especially if you were within that window. And they called them balloon mortgages. I went to a doctor. I ended up in the hospital, and that guy was on the phone trying to sell mortgages. I mean, it was insane. But here's my point. We get through this shit. And I have to tell you, I was selling municipal bonds in 1985 or in 1986 that were 13%, that were 11% Intermountain Power bonds, municipal bonds, no taxes.
Boy, I'd kill for those now.
Well, I'm just saying that. And that's when whoops happened. You guys might want to check that out. Whoops. That's Washington Power, and all the nuclear plants went bad up there.
Yep.
So when I'm saying what we're going through right now is nothing. Nothing. This is a joke.
All right. Oh, that's
we have safety nets now.
It's a relative joke because maybe to the people who are feeling it, it sucks. But
it does suck. It sucks for everybody, but nobody has memories, and that's the problem.
The dinosaurs look a little tired. This one's got arms.
Do you remember the movie that was called Die Hard?
Yeah, first one.
Now, in that movie, they talked about something that I've looked up before that does exist. It's called the non-negotiable bearer bond, which apparently means that the person who bears the bond or literally holds the bond certificate can collect the money.
Yeah,
these things still exist, and is this the most insecure fucking?
Not anymore. Not anymore. But Steve, I'm glad you asked that question because I have actually taken deposits of bearer bonds. You have coupons on them. It's an amazing document.
It's crazy.
It has the. I gotta get my cigarette.
Do you remember? Have you ever heard of these things, Last Dance?
Oh, I've heard of them. Yeah, I've never seen one.
All right.
And I've never had a financial transaction where that was an option.
Right.
Well, it's a document that has the face of the bond on the right side, and the left side are coupons, and you literally cut them out with scissors, and you take them to your bank, and you deposit them in your account, and they will clear it in maybe 3 weeks. But if they don't clear it and it kicks back, it means it was called, which means they have no idea. The issuer has no idea who you are, except through the process of the negotiating the coupons. Coupons, they use that term today, coupons, which means the interest payment. And it's amazing because I used to have to, people would get their coupon back on a called bond, and I had to negotiate the call for the client. So I had to take that coupon that came back from the bank, and I had to scotch tape it onto the document, hand it into my front desk,
rudimentary,
and they would process it.
Rudimentary.
Yeah, but it was amazing. It was amazing. It was
kind of like a Bitcoin.
It was, and Steve, I got to tell you, I grew up with a rotary telephone.
Yeah, I remember them. And with the Bitcoin, Last Dance,
I was not serious.
Right, because the Bitcoin, I've come to understand, is literally only valued in the numeric code that represents it.
Yeah. It's
So
a
there's been people who've lost their Bitcoin codes and have lost their Bitcoin because if you lose
Absolutely.
those numbers, you're so fucked. It's literally
You got nothing.
possession of numbers, an incredibly
Just-
complex array of numbers.
Anyone hear of the guy from who lost his numbers on his computers and he was searching the
I saw
yeah
that.
yeah, that guy lives 10 miles away from me.
No shit.
Yeah,
Well-
Newport. It's like the nearest town to where I am.
Like me, he should take his pencil and write it on a piece of paper.
He spent absolute
right.
fortune. He spent a fortune on it. Like I think it was like £70,000 like 20 years ago. Like, it was a long time ago, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Yes, I know the story.
I've heard stories like this for decades. I mean, ever since it came out, people forget their password, for example, that's used to encrypt their private key, and if you got nothing.
So, yeah, there's a chap on YouTube that actually breaks into these, what are they called? These wallets, digital wallets and stuff.
Yeah.
And he broke into a iPhone as well. And they recovered, I think it was 2 million. But he done it to another one, and he recovered fuck all. The guy was he didn't understand what he had or something, and he thought he had fucking lots of money, and he had basically like at least like £500 or something, $500.
Yeah, who knows? To him, that might have been a fortune.
They probably spent more than that to pay the guy to.
Oh, well, you have no idea how technical this guy is. The guy has everything, and he has it ×2 in case it breaks. So that's how he did it. He went to the guy's place, and he had everything, and he had it all ×2. So all equipment he had ×2, because they were super afraid of it blowing up the phone, because if it takes
right
the
back.
phone. Yeah, so he basically he done everything he was going to do. He done it all in practice at home, and then the guy wouldn't give him the phone either, so he had to go there, and he was going to take a cut of the deal, I suppose, you know.
I see.
Yeah, but it was an amazing video, and he's really super technical. This guy.
Yeah, it sounds similar. We've talked about these guys before who will call up these fraudulent computer companies in India. They can hack into the system, into the security cameras, and they can actually find the guy who's talking to them on the phone and basically start describing what they're seeing. Have you ever seen any of this stuff?
Yeah, the old scammers.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Scammers, yeah.
Yes.
But this was a hacker who hacked back into the scammer system.
Yeah, so he's basically a really intelligent computer nerd, and he's got a huge YouTube channel, and he basically was on his YouTube channel basically advertising his just doing it, and then people were coming to him and saying to him, like, you know, I couldn't trust anyone else with it, and because I've seen your channel, and I see you do it all openly on your channel, you know. And you know that's how he does it. But he's had loads of people contact him now, because he's been successful now 3 times, I think.
Awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly takes. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what exactly they're doing.
I'll find it for you now, and I might not be able to put the link, but I'll be able to put the title. Channel name. Really interesting videos. And you know what, lads? I didn't understand a word of what they were talking about. You know what I mean? Or what he was doing. But I was so interested.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right.
come
What are you
on.
having tonight there, Aphid?
Oh, I got something crazy tonight. Shock top.
Just shout off, huh?
Going wild, huh?
Got really going crazy.
Shocking the monkey, huh?
Quiet night for you. You're laying low. You seem mellow.
I'm just absorbing all the important information. What's that you got there?
Not your father's root beer.
Oh,
Oh,
spiked root beer.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, I
is
tried
it really
it before.
spiked? Is it like
It's
a
5.9% alcohol by volume.
Yeah, what
Oh,
I
the
found when I had that,
boozy
you
root
need a
beer?
ton of ice.
So if you want to see the videos, the channel name is called Joe Grand.
Mm.
So it's for the future reader.
Why don't you put that in the sidebar?
I can't. Well, I can type it in there, but I can't put any links across one of my.
Oh, I just like to say sidebar every once in a while. That's all.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I believe I found this channel.
Yeah. So he's done what?
Happening?
He
How
done
I
what?
hacked a hardware crypto wallet and recovered $2 million.
Yes,
And
yes.
he done one 3 months ago. That was the 6 million one, which turns out I think wasn't. But he hacked into a Samsung
Yeah.
Galaxy.
Okay, I see that one. I'll put a link.
Yeah.
Boy, you can hack into
Put it in the sidebar.
Sidebar, gentlemen.
Sidebar.
Okay, counselor.
Sidebar.
Oh, speaking of counselor,
Your Honor,
last dance,
sidebar?
did you say you wanted to go head to head with me?
Well, I would love to if we get a chance.
When you say head to head, you mean penis to penis?
That's
Oh,
exactly
no.
what he means.
I know.
That's-
Right.
Come on now. I've
what
been
he
in
said to
trouble.
that- That's what he said to that woman too at the bar.
I've been in trouble
The
once
restaurant.
today already.
Well,
Right, right.
guys, I got to tell you one thing.
Is it going to be
Make
funny?
it long.
No, I'll make it short.
Yeah.
Today, after the storm shit happened,
Yes,
temperature dropped to like 69 degrees. Like
yes.
at
69? No kidding.
And
huh?
you're gonna get
Yeah.
Aphid in trouble again.
Man,
all right.
I'm gonna
That
use
was
that
great.
one next time I go to the restaurant.
Oh, man. Matt Grandy.
The sign is $69.69.
Absolutely.
No, 69
fabulous
degrees.
story, though. Great story.
But
Anyways,
we,
back
you
to
have
the
no
fight.
idea. We've been dealing with like plus 100 feel temperatures.
Yeah.
Overnight,
Whew.
all of a sudden it drops like 40 degrees.
Well, that must have been beautiful for.
It was.
That's
I took a-
that's
I-
31 actually.
I took.
31.
Thank you. All right, dude. I can always depend on you, Aphid.
That's right. That's right.
So what
So-
was
I'm
your
always here to
battle-
help you guys like you and Last Dance out. You know.
What was your battle about Aphid Lip and Last Dance?
I was
yeah.
pointing out that
The Republicans and the Democrats.
Biden had been posting several statements and tweets about how implying that Republicans are opposed democracy because they don't accept his election.
Yeah.
And
I don't think he said Republicans. I think that's kind of the spin that it's been put.
MAGA
extreme
Republican.
MAGA people or
MAGA.
something.
Yes, yes.
And so I pointed out that he himself, if not, and all kinds of other Democrats, were guilty of the same thing in 2016.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they were also guilty of predicting that if Biden lost 2020, it wouldn't be legitimate. It would be because of election hacking.
Russia.
Where was
and
that
so, huh?
Where was that advanced prediction published before the 2020 election?
There were statements made. I put a video.
There were
I put a link
statements
to a
made.
video in Discord that Matt Orfalia put together of all these high-ranking
That was a good piece.
Democrats saying that basically Trump is not a legitimate president. And I also showed a PolitiFact fact check in which they claimed someone had claimed that Democrats had spent the entire Trump presidency denying that his election was legitimate, and PolitiFact rated it false. And they gave their sources. Basically, they simply ignored all the evidence to the contrary and provided sources that contradicted it. And Matt Orfalia put together a video which contains just politician after politician saying that Trump's election isn't legitimate, and it was.
They were flat out at it, weren't they? They all
I
did.
don't know if it was politician after politician. It seemed
Well,
like
well,
about
I'm not
the
being-
same three or four.
I've seen that mostly the Twitter clip he's seen. It's like a 2-minute clip. They're all at it. Schiffer, Pelosi, the fart one. They're all saying it. And it's just like,
Pelosi, Hillary Clinton multiple times.
yeah.
Yeah, she's
Biden,
horrible.
Biden as well said it once.
And it would have been the Republicans. But just don't make out it's all one-way traffic, isn't it? It's both ways.
No, it's not one way. It's the sifting. They're like guys trying to sift gold in a losing river that has no gold in it, and that's what it is. It's just picking and choosing statements. Anyway, there's last stance. I'm not an expert on this, but I would say this by comparison to the alternate reality.
Yes.
The alternate reality is a bit more astounding as far as any political misconduct, and your efforts are well noted.
So I'm trying to work out what you're saying there. Are you saying it doesn't really matter because
Nobody knows what he's saying.
yeah, bad Trump.
No,
you
you guys do.
bad Trump. So it doesn't matter.
If it knows what I'm saying.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that I think the events of the past, the more recent history have been more extreme than
That is not relevant to my point, and I would agree with that. First of all, the point is that
that's what they do.
the Democrats have also rejected the election results of
I agree, but
2016.
my
Are you
fault was
talking
that you
about
said that
Georgia?
they started it. They didn't
talking about
start it.
Georgia?
It goes back every election before that.
No, I don't think he said he started it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean they certainly did this before before
Of
Trump
course
did.
they did.
But what they're doing is they're not admitting that it's like they're thinking it's new. This is all new. Well, it's been going on for, like you said, decades. The difference is they think they're whiter than white.
The PolitiFact fact check said that it wasn't true because Hillary had claimed that she accepted Trump's win. She did say that, but then right after that, and many times after that, she said it wasn't legitimate.
Yeah.
But what about the emails?
We need evidence.
Emails.
She said we need evidence. We need evidence because this is
watch
never
the video,
been mainstream.
McGrandy.
I'm
she
sorry.
doesn't say we need evidence.
Do you think the emails were a big deal last dance?
So
they were a small deal, and but it was a small enough deal, and they deserved the
you know what I thought was a big deal? Benghazi, baby.
Oh,
those guys died.
Benghazi.
I thought that was a small deal too.
I can
big deal.
That
Human lives, small deal last dance.
Oh, it was a tragic result, but that happens.
Yeah, but
it's the price of having an embassy open in a war zone.
In a shithole country.
But there was a lack of.
It was a consultant.
There was a
lack. It was a consulate. It wasn't an embassy. It was a consulate.
That's just words.
Consulate. You're correct.
There was a lack of sending proper support that ended up being two or three guys defending against.
That's fair to criticize. I agree.
I mean, whoever fucked that up and didn't send it. A couple of hundred,
Hillary.
I don't know, 60 Marines would have been pretty fucking good, but let alone the three guys or whatever they had there.
Steve, it's just like trying to rescue the SEALs in Niger, getting ambushed. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same because this situation, they had a chance to deploy people there, but they chose not to.
Yeah.
Steve, I got to tell you, who's at fault in that situation?
Hillary.
The U.S. ambassador to Libya. He made a choice to go to that consulate, and he made himself a target.
Yeah, I mean, the boss is the buck stops here. It's always
he had
he gets sent there.
No, he didn't get sent there. He went there. He went there. He exposed himself.
That was.
It was in the middle of a civil war.
Yeah,
it was.
And who were the guys that went there? A bunch of mercs. So what were they doing there? They were working with the
I
CIA.
wouldn't mind seeing the links to that, but like, because we had Hillary with her 32,000 emails, that
Dude,
cost.
we got
That cost
Jana Reno and
well, that cost.
Waco. We got
Yeah,
all kinds of
okay, that
problems.
cost her the election, and then when we go to 2020, there was a
That
mainstream
didn't cost
media
her the election,
full on
by the
steroid
way.
effect of hiding the laptops. It was hide the laptops, so they hid the laptops successfully.
Oh my
They all
God!
hid the laptop. No.
You've got to come up with something new.
Well, wait
This
there.
is-
Whether it's, I'll tell you what it is though.
This is
It wasn't
rhetoric.
fake news. It
Doesn't
wasn't
work
fake news.
anymore.
You couldn't share it on any social media. You couldn't share it on any telly. It was nothing. It was nothing on any telly about it. Nothing on it. Guess what? It's all fucking true. That laptop.
Oh,
So you say it's all fucking old
Bud
news.
Light. Good
Two
stuff.
Bud Light.
2 minutes. In 2 minutes, you'll talk about Russia collusion. You fuck. We know
Russian
Hunter.
collusion.
We know Hunter was true. We know it was all true now, and they all lied to the whole. They lied to you all.
Steve.
I mean, I certainly totally objected to the censoring of that
Hold it
laptop.
high, McGrandy. Whoop, whoop.
I can't see. Stop moving. Budweiser,
Oh.
yes.
God bless America, land that I love. And that's it.
That's St. Louis right there.
Is
That's
it?
right. Bush.
You know who
That's
owns
all we
them now?
got. That's all we got. St. Louis. InBev.
You know who owns
It's
them now?
funny, like because of the color. of the
InBev
background-
does.
Is the mic bad for you as well, or is it just me?
Who's
you're-
Mike?
Mike who?
Yeah, you're all coming through blurry. I'll have to come off. Put the link in,
All right.
Steve.
All right, no problem. I'll put it right in.
Whoa.
Okay, go ahead and head out. You'll see
Come
it.
back.
Oh man,
Closer.
he was just getting to the good
He
part.
was
I
just
know.
on
it.
fire.
I want him back. I
No.
really love
Hey,
this.
Aphid Lip, why is their tagline "Head for the mountains"?
A bush? I don't know.
Yeah, you got mountains there. You talking about
No,
the
we
Ozarks?
ain't
What's he
got
talking about?
shit.
They'll-
I don't
you
know.
You
I
get
have
a
no idea.
moonshine in those mountains.
It does. Even in the background of the logo, there's like nice white cap mountains. Well, that's
maybe
nowhere around here.
maybe it's all like, well, you know what? I'm not gonna go there.
Okay.
The mountains and bush, beer.
Oh, I see.
let's Just
You know,
They're
Aphid,
gonna get every base
let's
covered.
just swim away from that whole zone into another.
Here's what I think. This logo came out when there wasn't the internet, and people probably thought, in New York,
Oh
that
yeah.
all the way in St. Louis, it's just like the mountains are there.
That's cool. We're gonna get that glacier water
That's
pouring down the
exactly
hill, and
right.
they're gonna bottle it up and give it to us. Little did they know it's sewer.
That's right.
oh fuck! I feel
Wow,
bad
look
for
at
you,
that,
man.
Dizzy Machiavelli.
Machiavelli. I bet he has a Machiavellian attitude.
It's not spelt the same way though.
No,
but
it's not.
Machiavelli.
Thanks, Dizzy.
Dizzy, what's up, homeboy? Welcome, my friend.
Yeah, he's right. I'm the only one without a beard. I haven't reached puberty yet, so I can't grow a beard.
Can you grow? a
I
beard?
can grow a beard in a
I
day.
can grow a beard, I think. I've never grown one more than a few days.
I know.
What do you got
as
to
get
lose?
older,
Go for
they
it.
thin out.
Go for it.
I don't
man.
like the way it feels. In fact, I hate
Oh,
the way
dude.
it feels.
Here's the
Once
secret.
you get past that first stage,
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Exactly.
Beard,
Last
beard,
dance.
beard, beard.
All you got
I want to see him with a beard. I really do. I think it'd be cool.
and you know
I
what
should
that
find
means?
out just to see what I look
Smoke
like.
seeds.
Yeah, you should.
Smokesteve. You
Yes.
gotta fucking grow the rest of that shit out. Come on, man.
No problem.
see
I'm-
that red
it's the
before-
start of my vacation week.
No,
I
all
won't
right.
shave until next Sunday.
All right. So here's what you should do. Shave it
Thank
all
you, cup
off
of tea.
before you start.
Yeah.
You going on
That's
vacation?
right.
I'm starting now,
No.
buddy.
Oh, well.
I haven't even
okay.
been shaving my neck.
Yeah,
lately.
but cup of tea. Those videos are completely irrelevant.
I'm so fortunate I cannot see Cup of Tea's comments.
Yeah, I don't see what that has to do with the election.
It has nothing to do with it. It's just prurient stuff,
I mean,
which
I
might be
don't know.
fun to watch, but it's of no inch relevance. The
I-
ones where
guy-
he's talking about, $10,000 or whatever it was for the big guy, those are more interesting.
Right, somewhat. But
Somewhat right.
Yeah,
They're
but-
certainly not proof of anything. I agree with
No.
that.
Did anyone
I mean, a
ever
little more
find
proof would. Huh?
10%.
All right.
unedited video
We got-
of the black hooker that he had when she was naked.
I mean, that's
I think I saw pictures. I don't know if I saw the video.
Yeah, I think Based has posted something like
I
that,
mean,
but
she had a big ass.
Oh, that's proof that Biden shouldn't be president, isn't it?
I mean,
it's not.
Well, I mean, there's 10%
Yeah, I mean,
for the big guy, and to name your dad
The
pedo
big guy.
yeah,
I
pedo Pete.
I would be more likely to believe that that's just his hunter pumping himself up, trying to make himself seem important.
well,
Probably.
let's just take the fact
calling his
here,
dad
okay?
pedo Pete.
Can you blame Hunter? First of all, he had been smoking crack for maybe a few days. The hooker had a cute face and a large booty, and he had plenty more crack to go around and cash. I mean, the guy just did the natural thing and had a crack party with the hooker.
Nature took its course.
I always find it
that
interesting.
really did happen.
Just like Trump Jr. did, and every other fucking.
Did Trump Jr. fuck his
entitled
dead
young
brother's
child.
wife?
I wouldn't care if he did, and I don't care what Hunter Biden did.
Well, it's the niece I'm more concerned about.
It's just
I don't know.
those
Back
you,
in
you,
the
you
day, I
can't.
used to like his daughter. I thought she was all right. But
I think he liked her as well. He shared showers with her, didn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was definitely creepy, but it's not something that
11.
has any
11.
relevance to
Yeah.
Joe Biden.
That might have been one of the most awkward presidential lines ever when he said about his daughter at Trump, when he said, you know, if she was a little older or something, I might have dated her. I don't even know.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that. He said that she's beautiful, and if she wasn't my daughter, I'd marry her. I think he said.
Training for you
If
guys.
she wasn't my daughter.
Hey, Base, do you remember Biden said something in the last couple of weeks? He was talking about something, and then he kind of said something on his side, like he said, "Yeah, she was 12 and I was 30," and
Yes.
I think that's been taken out of context. I'm not 100%, but it's a weird statement.
well, he was it was like he had a thought about something else in the middle of while he was talking.
Wow! So the comment was completely just out the blue.
It was out of the blue, yes.
Wow!
Breaking news by Last Dance.
This just in.
So he just literally made a statement and then stopped.
Senile old man says something strange.
Right.
Well,
These things can happen.
we all know about the was it the pop dog or the corn dog and hairy legs, the swimming pools. Have you seen that one?
I don't remember that.
No,
he made a
yes,
speech.
you do. Corn pop,
Corn
the swimming pool, the little
Bad
kids
dude.
felt my
Bad
legs.
dude. Bad
Come
dude.
on.
The kids touch my hairy legs, and they love touching my hairy legs. My hairy legs, they stand up. That's literally what he says, isn't it, Steve?
I probably blotted that out of my brain if I remembered it.
Man, it was
Just to give you some perspective, how does that
surreal.
compare to? All you have to do is grab them up by the pussy, and they'll do
Well,
whatever.
hey, that's a heterosexual bloke. That's what a heterosexual bloke say.
Yeah, no, you're right, McGran. That's cringy, extremely cringy too.
That's not what heterosexual. That's not what heterosexual males say. If I'm with my friends, and they say anything like that, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot.
I might have said that as a teenager, but
yeah, but there's lots of blokes out there that would. It's crude, I grant it. But you don't turn around and say the kids love touching my legs. They touch my hairy legs, and when they touch my hairy legs, my hair stood on end.
Oh my
in
God.
a swimming pool.
I gotta say, like, I don't think Biden. There wasn't outwardly there wasn't anything creepy about it. Yes, it's creepy. I get you, Based, but it is nowhere even close to "I'll grab her by the pussy."
Wait,
Not
come
even
on,
in the
Steve. Look,
same
I understand.
atmosphere.
Look, I've been on football tours and rugby tours. I understand it wasn't a football tour or rugby
Listen,
tour.
I know you
But that's
handed some towels out here
lads
and
talk
there.
shit. Lads talk shit sometimes. That's what they do. But they don't turn around and say the kids touch their hairy legs in a swimming pool and their hairs go up. No, they don't say that. What they say is, "Oh, I grabbed her, or done this, or I done that, slapped her," which is wrong and all that. But it's what lads do sometimes. He's mostly full of shit, and he's just saying it trying to be a lad.
I find it all just funny rather than relevant. I mean, it's just It's just laugh at these
Well,
people.
yeah, I get pissed off with people like McGrandy taking the biggest fucking offence in the world.
I'm not
But-
offended at all, my
I don't
friend.
think
But
he's
you were,
offended.
you said, you literally said, it's nothing compared to Trump saying I'll grab her by the pussy, which
Well-
which is crude and uncalled for and uncouth, and you wouldn't want anyone
I
else hearing
apologize
that.
for that, but that was
But
my
you're
simple
taking
assessment
you
and a
take the
comparison I
you
provided
take
to
more offence than a bird would take.
Oh,
No,
No, I take it. I take offense. I take offense to it.
Well, that's
If I'm hanging, if I'm listen, hold on. If I'm hanging with some dudes and some guy
Let me
comes
give
in
you that,
bragging
buddy.
about if he's got so much money he can do whatever he wants with the chick and he's gonna grab her by the pussy,
he
I'm gonna
wrong?
call that guy out.
Okay, is he wrong though?
Yeah, he's a complete male
So
chauvinistic
you're telling me
asshole.
if you've got loads of money, you can't get away with things, women? Is that what you're saying? That's not the case.
Yeah, if some guy comes and brags that to me and is like I'm gonna
No, I'm asking
be
whether it's
cool
true or
around
not.
you.
I'm asking whether it's true, whether it's right and moral. I'm not asking that. I'm saying to a bloke
I'll
with
bet-
money get their way with women. I mean,
I'll bet it was
it's
true,
simple.
well,
That
Yeah,
doesn't.
exactly.
No,
Well,
no,
Fred, I
not
gotta
in this
tell you-
day and age. Not in this day and age.
I mean, most of the women I know, they wouldn't.
What
Well,
he's
he-
saying
I gotta
is
tell you this.
He didn't make that comment in this day and age.
the fact that we're still
wasn't
talking
that long
about it
ago.
shows you
That's
that
changed a lot in the last 5 years. I mean,
Exactly.
literally, we're literally cut down to something that a lad said on a bus, and I've been on enough fucking tours. Lads say shit on the bus.
Yeah, but you can say it is
He
a
was saying it with
reflection.
like,
It is
Yeah, exactly.
valid to think of that as a reflection of who the true
Look,
his
I
true self
understand.
is.
Exactly.
And that's not a very good reflection at all.
I get it, but everyone has talked shit before when it comes to women. Oh, there was two of them. I've done this, I've done that, and you're full of shit. And
Well, let's-
you know, but
let's not
maybe
forget
you
the
bottled it.
crewmate
I don't know,
here.
but you just talk
yeah,
shit.
but
That's what you do.
okay, say that there is that one guy in the group of guys that does that. I'm not going to be like, oh, I can't wait to vote this guy to be my president.
I
You know
get
what I'm
that
saying?
too. I get that too. But then don't be horrified and act like it's the worst thing you've ever heard in your life. When we all know creepy fucking Joe with minors is something you really.
But I think it's like Last Chance is saying, it's a judge of his character, and it's not a character that I approve of.
I you know, it's not a good thing to say, and I don't recommend saying it. But don't say it's like the worst thing you could ever hear in your life.
all
And
right.
it's like
I don't think
outrageous.
anybody said it was the worst thing they ever heard in their
But
life.
Grande
But
said,
Let me
he
help
said
you
it's
out.
nothing compares to saying what he said. It's
he's
like, grab it by
judging
the
one
pussy.
against the other.
Yeah, but wait there.
He didn't say it was the worst thing he's ever
He's
heard in his
talking
life.
about a Hooters girl. One's talking about a Hooters girl, and the other one's talking about kids touching his fucking legs, for example.
He wasn't
Okay.
talking about
Oh my God.
Hooters girl. He was talking about a girl that was married that he was trying to buy furniture for so he could do whatever he wanted to her.
Those
Wait
days
there,
are
wait
over.
there, wait,
Dizzy
wait,
says it.
Exactly.
Big Dizzy knows.
Come on the
Dizzy
show,
knows.
Dizzy.
Exactly. In fact, I want to interject on Dizzy's comment.
I'm awake.
No, Dizzy again. Go ahead.
All right. So I got to tell you this.
Nice
Man,
avatar, by the
grab
way.
somebody by the
I'm an
pussy.
old man.
Tupac.
I've been around, so it's like you got to figure like me going to bars and being in the blend maybe in like 1980 through like 1990. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's
Grade school.
it's absolutely true.
But
So-
don't think I'm promoting the
No,
behavior.
but no,
I'm not
I don't
promoting
No, I
it.
know
diminish
what
your
you're saying.
opinion at all. But I'm just giving you perspective because I think I'm older than you
All
are.
right, spit it out, McRandy. Boom, boom, boom.
So what I'm getting at is it's crude today, but it's absolutely true. And I hate to say this about women, but there are opportunists out there that will take advantage of a fucking wealthy guy and they'll throw
Whoa.
themselves at him.
I
Yeah.
think I see Smokesteve's
Or a
wife
dumbass
getting
like me
fired
who's,
up.
who's worthless, and they'll do that too. So
Yeah, I
the
mean,
world's
Of
a
course
funny
there are.
place.
That used to be the way things worked.
Yeah. So, but Donald Trump is an asshole because he never fucking changed.
but
That's the difference.
don't, like I said, you know, the statement was nothing compares to Donald Trump saying,
All right.
"I'll grab her by the
Here-
pussy."
here's
It's
the
an
beautiful
overreaction,
thing.
isn't it?
Here's
It's
the
an
beautiful
overreaction.
thing, Welshman.
No.
He said that before his election. It was like 3 weeks before his election, and he got elected anyway. So be it. Right?
Oh, it definitely affected him, mate.
Well, It happened though. He got elected anyway, so
I-
it's all
I-
inconsequential.
Yeah, I think a lot of cuck males switch sides over it.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. In the old days, we called it men that had morals. Now we call them cuck males.
No, but it wouldn't change my vote. I'd just say he's a rich guy. They talk shit. Lads talk shit. He's got loads of cash. That's what happens. And
Well,
he
we know
literally
what
says they let you
know
do
what
anything because you're fucking rich. And he's right. He's not. He didn't lie.
First of all,
cuck
at the
male
time that he
is-
said it,
we know
he was
what
being
that is,
nostalgic. Because
from
anything
the,
he said prior to that was a direct reflection on his life 20 years earlier. Because he wears diapers now. He's an Adderall addict.
Who?
And he's a fucking speed freak.
Honestly,
So-
he's TYT,
So it
and
doesn't
he's been
matter.
watching
All he's
TYT
doing
again.
is confessing, which is a good thing for us, like me right now.
Yeah, just one question for you, McGrade. Is Joe Biden doing a good job so far? And I don't know.
Well, in business, you need a competent manager. So
is he competent? Is he competent in his job at the moment?
I firmly believe if he isn't, his apparatus is. He does not have chaos in the White House. He is actually carrying on with the function of government.
No.
He's passed a lot of significant bills recently that will affect a lot of people.
Do you think your president? Do you think your president Joe Biden is competent in his job at the moment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I rest my case.
I don't think he's competent to stand trial, so I don't know how he could be competent to run the country. But
and that's coming from last.
But it's not just him though. He's got a whole. I don't even. He makes the decisions, the ultimate decisions, but I think he himself defers judgment to people he knows are still with it.
I got a couple questions for you. Last answer.
Hold on.
All right.
When he gets pushed off stage by his press corps, and people are trying to ask him questions,
it's daily.
It does make you wonder, no matter who you are, American or like, what the fuck's going on here? Why are they so quick at getting rid of him? I know they didn't do that with Obama. They had a lot of confidence in Obama's ability to answer on the fly.
Yeah.
And Trump was a little too bombastic to get pushed out of places. He would just fucking have his way with it. Biden essentially folds.
Yeah, I don't know if you watch it, Steve, but if you look out for it, it's near enough daily now. He walks the wrong way on the stage. He walks off stage when people are talking to him. Jill can't save him always, or poor Jill.
It's no reason to think he's a bad man or evil or even, it just means that he himself is suffering from age-related dementia, and
it's strong now.
It is. It's a problem, but it's not the end of the world, and I don't like it. I mean, what if there's a crisis where that we need his?
It's not the end of the world, though. You said that.
Those crises don't really come along that often, and most presidencies go by without them ever having that level of crisis. But you never want a president who can't handle it when it comes up.
Yeah, Taiwan's going to come up. It's all going to happen at the same time.
I sure hope it doesn't come up until after this term.
Taiwan's not going to happen up for a long time.
Yeah, I don't think China is interested.
Disney brings up Bolsonaro from Brazil, who is also a shining piece of work.
Oh, he might be. His days might be numbered. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to that, but
yeah,
wait there.
He's behind the polls.
He's in trouble.
The previous guy is leading.
This is nuts. This is pure nuts. What you just said.
He was a good. The previous guy was a good guy for Brazil too, and it sounds like he was wrongfully accused of a lot of stuff.
I'm going to get you a clip now, right? I seen a clip last week from Brazil, right? And I couldn't. I thought it was like a beehive. Immediately, my eyes aren't great now, and as it opened up, it was just Brazilians. Out with their president big rally. It was
Former
huge.
president.
No, Bolsonaro, right? Yeah,
Bolsonaro.
honestly, yeah. You want to look at it. Too much mainstream media for you lads.
Yeah, probably.
I
too
never
much
watch
for us.
mainstream media at all.
Well,
I never do
Aphid
either.
is, because if you look at
I
the
do.
polls,
Are we talking
I did.
about
Wait. What did I? When did I mention anything about polls?
or someone did. Sorry, someone did in the panel.
Welshman, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Bolsonaro, are we talking about the former president of Brazil who brought socialism and
That's
other types
Lula.
of things to Brazil?
It's a different
You're thinking
guy.
about President
He's
Lula.
he's a liberal. I don't think he's a socialist, is he?
No, but Bolsonaro
Lula is. He's a socialist.
He is.
Let
I
me-
thought he was a liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a
Let me-
Brazilian socialist. That doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean he's a, he's a
Nationalist.
German socialist or any other
yeah,
kind
he
of
was
socialist.
prosecuted.
He's a nationalist.
After he was
Let me-
president,
let me
he was
get the clip.
prosecuted. He was prosecuted.
Go ahead, get the clip.
Yes.
All right, so
He was prosecuted.
all right,
and
so the guy's
removed
a hero,
from the
just like
presidency.
the Uruguayan president, because they stood
But
up.
then they proved that the judges have all unanimously pretty
They're all
much have
dirty down
said
there.
that it wasn't the case, and
That's
he was
correct. It
wrongfully
was a
accused.
Brazil.
corrupt
You have to understand,
Supreme Court
Brazil
justice who-
is larger than the United States. It is larger than the continental United States. Brazil. Can you imagine the
No
kind
kidding,
of wealth
huh?
that is undeveloped wealth? It's
Sure,
larger
let's pave the Amazon.
Aphid, do you want to be a mod?
You know he
Where'd
wants to
that
be a
come
mod.
from?
Just make him a mod.
Dude, if you
know
want
he-
to put me a mod, make me a mod.
You know he longs for it because I have it and he doesn't.
All right, can you make?
I can't make him a mod.
Yes, Steve. I don't know if you
Can you make a comment, Aphid,
Me?
on YouTube so I can I have to highlight your comment to make you a
Yeah,
mod.
it's easier that way. Steve, I've put like the 30-second clip of
Yeah,
the rally and the numbers. You can see it. I don't know if you want have a view of it
Oh
first.
man,
and
that's
then
gonna I
see
gotta
it, put it
ban you
on.
now.
It's crazy numbers. Like we're talking. I don't know what we're talking, but have a look at it, chaps.
You're a mod.
I thought it was
Oh
a
man,
beehive.
I can't
because they're
ban him
all
now.
I want to.
people. Millions
Dude.
rally into port.
Oh yeah, look at that! I got look at that. Oh, I got a pop up. You're now a moderator for this channel.
You see the little blue wrench?
Yeah, I know. Ban
Ow.
myself.
I never had to tell Last Dance this because he got it, but you can't be banning people left and
I'm not
right.
gonna ban. Dude, I didn't ask to be a mod. You just made me a mod.
Now the other side
Don't
of it
be-
is if
We
I'm-
read between the lines.
Dude, if I'm losing it and I'm like gonzo, like passing out, or if I go upstairs and I'm eating chicken in the kitchen and the shit is still on, and somebody comes
Can
on,
I close the stream down?
No, but you
No.
can like
Oh.
you can
The
ban
worst thing
people and delete people.
Oh,
Yeah, the
and
worst
putting,
thing you can
like,
do is the worst thing you can do to someone is hide someone from the channel. If you hide them from the channel, obviously they become invisible, and basically the only person who can get them back then is like the host.
me.
But you can
What it comes down to is if someone's putting down those comments that could get me banned, and you could be saving me.
Right. I can put people in timeout. It says.
Oh, look at this. Here, head mod has a problem. Well, he's
Well,
your
Smokesteve can revoke
It's my
his.
bestie. Why would she have a problem?
It's power.
Fuck.
He
yeah,
might be the
McGrande,
best, but she has the power.
McGrande, have a look in the back chat. You'll see the rally going on there, and you can see the numbers.
I cannot access that. Thank you.
Oh right.
It's just going to be a huge crowd of people. That's all it's going to show.
Sorry.
Yeah, but you want to see the numbers.
Where's this at?
I believe you're an honest man,
Brazil.
Welshman, so you can
Oh.
tell me what they are.
Well, if they're saying millions, they put the tweet says millions. And it pisses over any Trump rally.
Wait, tweets?
It's a video given in a tweet.
Dizzy
Counting
has,
tweets.
I like Dizzy's grasp of the American language. It's really smooth. Dizzy
Dizzy
you're
is.
the man.
I like
Let
Dizzy.
him
He's my.
be the mod I want. to see him fighting the sense of power.
Fighting the sense of power. It's a beautiful statement.
I
It
love
is.
Well
It
stated,
sounds like
Izzy.
it sounds like a lyric from Public Enemy almost.
that.
I can see
Aphid-
Chuck D saying that.
Aphid, that means
Fight the power. You gotta fight
That
the
means-
powers that be.
the popular
Fight the
opinion
power.
is you are a
Fight the
fair
powers that
arbiter.
be.
All right.
You are
Thank you.
a fair arbiter, arbitrator.
Just another
Arbitrator.
manic mouth
You are a fair
420.
arbiter. Well, I'm not going to try and say that again.
I think when I think of Public Enemy, I think of get up, get down. 911 is a joke.
That was-
down.
That was one of the greatest songs ever, and nobody remembers it.
Your mother's got gold nipples.
911 as a joke was truly an impressive song.
It was
My God.
true for them
I
at the
know.
time. They wrote that from a sense of like, why when white people call, are they there in 2 minutes? And
Yeah,
when
I have
we
no
call,
recollection of
they're
that
there in like
whatsoever.
45 minutes if you're
This,
lucky.
this I use this as an example of what art is. It's not necessarily the truth. It is a truth from someone's perspective,
Correct.
and it's very valuable. I think by listening to that song, I understood what people like him thought of 911
Totally, man.
when I had no context to make that or even understand that until I heard that. Sidebar.
Right.
NWA.
Well, I'm out of beer, lads.
right.
Nice having a chat.
Oh,
Hey.
Bates, it was a
Great-
true pleasure to have you here today.
Great talking to you,
Bates.
Thank you for being
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I'm the contradicting voice to your circle jerk.
We like to hear that.
We
need
appreciate
to-
that.
We enjoy having you, whether you think we do or not.
Yeah. Steve, are you going to go live tomorrow? Because
No, we're packing for our trip tomorrow. That's why I'm
Okay.
live tonight.
so maybe next Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope
yeah,
so.
Usually
sure.
Saturday. Usually Saturday.
From the Outer Banks, probably.
You might have a few more, so get your mods ready.
All right. Okay.
Bates, he's bringing back up next week.
Okay,
Yeah, watch out. All right, tell our lads.
All right, take it easy.
Funny.
Ta-ra.
Shit, mods. Button up on the mods, huh? All right, I like it. So I'm going to try to do a show from the Outer Banks.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. So you're gonna be there how long?
Sunday to Sunday.
Oh sweet, yeah, that'd be cool. Get your niece in there again. She gonna be there?
Yeah, it's 6 of us. And one Louie. And they're bringing Louie down in a bag and that they're going to put under the seat.
Louis.
He is like a sausage in the casing in this bag, dude. He's fucking fills out the whole thing. And apparently he likes it. He snuggles in. And when you carry him through the airport, he has his head out. I'm sure everybody's going to be wanting to pet him. He's the cutest little dog. I love this guy. And he's fun as hell when you're on vacation. Like, have you ever been around, spent any time, any of you guys around a French bulldog?
Nope.
Nope.
They're super chill. You could stand them up anywhere and they'll just stand there and look at you. So, like, you put him on the table and he's kind of like a statue. And he just stands there. Like, you can pet him. You can put him on a side table like he's a lamp, but he's a dog. But he'll just kind of stand there and sit on the table. They're like a super relaxed breed. Can't
Is that a
recommend
bulldog? You said?
French
French.
bulldog.
Oh,
They have the flat face.
oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah. They're super fucking smart.
They're cute,
and,
smart,
yeah,
and
and
in
a lot of them have
perspective-
the muscled up body too. They're like muscled up.
Yeah, but they can't swim. He fell in the pool once, and the idiot was trying to climb out on the wall, but he was right next to the stairs, and everyone was like, "Luke, go over to the stairs," and he couldn't learn it. So
Well,
intelligence, not so much.
I saw a pug today. He was wearing the flotation on the beach, and it was funny because he was pissing on everything he could find. It was a male, and he was pissing everywhere, and he was pissing all over his fucking his life preserver. It was funny as shit.
Jesus.
No one noticed it, baby.
I got a horrible dog story. that
Where's
I
the
found out about.
Bolsonaro clip? Was there a Bolsonaro clip? Was
It's
that
on
I
the
don't
private
know.
chat. There's no way we. Maybe you could post the link, but we can't post links into YouTube chat.
I can't post a Twitter link. That won't work.
Okay, well, it's a Twitter link.
It could only be a YouTube link, I think.
Okay.
Can I?
I don't know. I don't know what you can do.
What
It'll
happens
end up
if
in the
I think of you as
recorded,
super powerful.
version.
Is that I just did? Is that it?
All right,
Does that you guys?
still
Is
see
that
me?
showing up?
It is. Maybe moderators can do it.
Hell yeah! I got the power. The powers that be,
Wait, what are you doing? What the fuck is happening here?
He posted a link. Aphid lipped it.
dude. I got this. I got this. It was a wise move putting me in charge of this
Well,
shit. right
Dizzy
here.
Aphid Lip just posted the link.
Oh no, the link. Okay, right. I can actually share the video.
Yeah, it's a video with like at least 1 million
Oh,
people.
shit. Oh,
Yeah, I
Aphid,
think they are wearing yellow
you
shirts.
got Bluetooth earphones. Oh, you bastard.
Right.
I don't know what I'm doing. If I don't stop hitting buttons, I'm gonna all
Yeah,
of a sudden be
they're
like
mostly yellow shirts. There's some green ones, I think.
out in left field here.
I can't
These are-
see it, so describe it for me.
It's a overhead shot from a drone of an enormous sea of people. It looks like a mile long. It looks like the entire U.S. Capitol
I
mall
can't show it.
full of people.
Why can't you? Oh, it's stuff
Sorry.
you can't show on video. Is that what you're
Can I
saying?
show it?
Well, I'm
too?
not on YouTube. I'm on the other one. So.
Is it violent? Is there nakedness? What is?
No. You can show it if you can. You've shown videos before.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Pause.
Smokesteve, you need me to handle this.
All right, here. Let's get back. We're on StreamYard.
This is where you share your screen, right?
Screen share.
You guys
Share
are fucking
screen.
troopers, man. You're fucking
Share
studs.
screen.
Push the envelope all the
I've-
time.
Not often heard that. You're
No,
giving me
this, this is the same thing.
you could
as
call me
the
Woody
space-
tonight.
This is the same thing as the space station losing orbit. You know.
That's it.
Oh my God! Look at all those people.
What was this again? Line for the Nathan's hot dog stand? I can't remember.
This is a Bolsonaro rally in Brazil.
Okay.
Holy
Like
shit.
recently?
I
Holy
think so.
shit.
I mean, that's what it says.
Good Lord!
Holy shit.
Well, reminder, it only goes for 13 seconds and repeats. So, but
Right.
I've had the opportunity.
That's a deep fake if I've ever seen it.
I don't think it's. I think it's. I don't know why
I think
it's
it's
showing
real,
this.
personally.
All right.
I've met Brazilian women. You have no idea. They're like, I can see why the conquistadors went crazy, or the
Why did-
Portuguese.
Smokesteve's gone.
Oh
Where's-
no,
Me and Last Dance got this.
you got
You
it.
know, when he
Hold back,
does this-
everybody.
When he does this, when he just disappears, it feels like he's like fallen out of his chair and hit the floor.
No, I'm here.
I was back.
Okay.
Wait,
because he-
how are Brazilian women? I missed what you were saying. You put your hands up and then.
I said I have met.
yes, yes,
They're like,
yes.
you can't imagine. Just
Damn.
like
I'm,
perfect
you're
specimen.
right. I can't imagine what you're saying.
Right, I thought the
well-
description was going to be more visual.
Well, I don't have a visual, but
Okay.
my memories are foggy and disturbed for a reason. The timeline has been disturbed for a reason.
Okay.
Viva Brasil. Hey, we're still here. Yeah.
Hell yeah, Top will
Oh,
get
I
in here.
fell asleep like 5 or 6 times, Top.
How you old people didn't fall asleep.
Last Dance, you did go. You did lean back once, and I was like, "Is he going?" Oh, wait, before we get off the dog talk, I gotta tell you this because that was one of the things I wanted to go over. This horrible story about some good friends of ours. The wife was walking her. I think it's
Pitbull.
no, it's half half poodle, half Labrador. I think possibly it's a larger poodle mix. And she was, I think so. Anyway, it was just her and the dog. They went to a park, and 4 dogs approached them, and they were off their leash. And at first, it was kind of a sniffing butt type of a thing. And
They attacked
they did, and ended up killing it. took her and she ended up trying to get it on her shoulders. You know, I can only picture her in the situation. You know, she was doing everything she could to try to save this poor dog.
What'd she have for a knife on her?
Her knife?
Yeah, what'd she have? Would she have a blade? Or?
No, she didn't have a blade on her.
She's not.
And she ended up down in a creek with the dog trying to save its life. And really, she's Scottish. She's got this sweet accent. She's a really cool girl. And
how terrible for her.
They took it in and they tried to save it, and it didn't work out. And the owner of the 4 dogs was there and came and got one by one, you know, took the dogs back to the car. But they were it was an onslaught. It kept happening. She would get away from them, and then it happened. And
what breed
tore
of
into
dog
the
were
neck. I don't know what breed of dog. She says that they were around 80 pounds.
Ooh.
Oh, hold on. Mrs. Lip wants to interject.
I'm so upset about it. Not only were they not on a leash, none of them had a collar.
No collar either.
Ask her what she thinks, what breed they were. Ask her.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know because
I would sue the owner for sure.
Well, my wife made some food for her tonight and brought it down to their house
terrible.
and everything because my wife was all tore up. She like was 3 hours late coming into work today, and I'm like,
oh, I'd be tore up too.
It was a sweet dog. She thinks it was the same day she had met her earlier on in the day, and the dog jumped into the car, and she came home, and she was like, "Oh, you're never gonna guess what happened today." Boo is the dog's name. Jumped into the car, was so sweet.
You love dogs.
I know, man.
A dog
Sucks.
jumping into your car to say hi to your lady is cute
right.
and lovely, and you like it, and then to think that dog got. That's terrible.
Well, the friend had to go to the hospital because she had some injuries to herself, and it was a horrible situation. But yeah, man, just sucks. Just really sucks. She's good people.
Yeah,
and
that's
sucks.
when you got to know dogs, man.
And I guess the park is in our city, but the guy that owned the dogs was unincorporated. So there's some it just happened 2 days ago. There's some back and forth on responsibilities and what they're going to do with the dogs, and
Well, were they pit bulls?
I don't know. I wish I could answer you the question.
All right, I can't say. Topple, I can't say. I'm trying to say it, but I can't. Oh, I hear.
It's noted that it's important that it's right next.
I got to tell you something about dogs.
Right next door.
Wait, no, hold on, McCrandy.
Right next door to the school and a preschool. It was where her
Jesus.
kids were. She was waiting to get them from the end of the day, and so she was walking the Boo, this cute dog, in the park, waiting to get her kids. And
I mean, I hate to say it, but she needs to sue the owners just to protect everybody else in the world around.
well, she said she's not gonna, and she is a strong woman. So
Yeah.
she's like real, and she's like, I think she might even be in charge of the PTO, or is it the PTO? I think it's the PTO. Anyway, and she said she's not gonna, I read her Facebook post is all I know from the situation, because my wife didn't want to bother her today. She just wanted to get her the food and drop it off at the door,
Right.
and not get details or anything. Like Smokesteve wants to know what the breeds are. What was the breeds? God damn it! Tell me now. No,
It's pit bull, isn't it?
no, but anyway, yeah. So I believe that she will not stop until something is done about this situation.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I'm
well, that's good to
doing
know.
a show
Yeah.
from the Outer Banks, OBX. We're doing a show.
Man, it'd be cool,
yeah,
Smokesteve. You did a show from.
Of course, depending on the
I'd like
quality
to
of the Wi-Fi connection.
I hate to say it, but if there's any chance we could get at least a little glimpse of Brother B, tell him that I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, what happened a few weeks ago? He comes on. My lady was like, "What the fuck?" He comes on. There's one little issue with an echo, and then he's fucking gone.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
what the fuck?
Oh, I didn't see. I guess I wasn't there that week. It must have been the. Well,
He was on for a
Came
moment.
on later. You're more like fucking Daddy Cool who comes on later. Like, hey,
Oh, was there really?
I swung through. Hey, I
Tonight, man, I was here from the get-go. I heard you play your guitar. I was like, yeah, I got to hear the
I was
guitar.
surprised you were there right at the beginning.
Yeah, fucking 21 Jump Street over here. You came in right off the get-go. I know, but even still, yeah. When
heard
he
that
was on
too.
before, he came on. I don't know if you remember Last Dance, but he had a little issue, and then boom, he was gone. He never came back.
He used to have that clicking sound. There was something with his mic or something. I don't know what it was, but it was like a click, 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 click. Brother B, though, give him my best if you see him when you're on your vacation
Yeah,
there.
we will. We will. It's going to be epic. We'll be there for the week together.
That's awesome.
You guys like rent a house?
Yes.
We did that a couple times.
Yeah, that's
On
cool,
the
man.
Outer
That's good
Banks.
time. That's
Yeah.
good times, man.
We rented a house a couple times right on the beach. Basically, you open the back door and it's the ocean. And we kept the screen, the back door open. There's a screen door there, and we just let the breeze blow in all night long. And I slept in the room where the screen door was. It was just very relaxing to have that sound all night.
That's beautiful. We were at the I don't know if you ever heard of Emerald Isle.
I forget, yeah.
I don't know
Ireland?
where. No, it's somewhere in North Carolina. I don't know where it is in regards to where you're going to be.
I was going to say South Carolina, but
South
maybe that
Carolina.
might be.
I think it was North Carolina.
It might be
but
It's on the coast.
It was right by there. There's a military base not too far away, like a big one.
Camp Lejeune? Is that?
Yeah, it might be
Is that the one that everybody's all those lawyers are trying to have you sue them
Yeah.
for right now? I heard a little bit. Have you guys noticed all these commercials right now with the?
Yeah.
I think it's Camp Lejeune.
Oh,
yeah,
it
it
is.
is legit.
If you drove within 50 miles of Camp Lejeune, call me now.
I have heard that.
I heard a little bit of the backstory. It's like some ungodly. I think it's like maybe it's $3 billion that they put up that in the next like so many years that they have to pay out because of this I guess pollution that they did or something.
Water contamination.
Right. So there's these every lawyer ever is wanting to get a part of that $3 billion.
Aphid, I want to point out to you that if you look at you Google cancer clusters in the United States, if you
Is
Google
Camp
that-
Lejeune one of them?
No, well, I'm sure it is, but
Oh.
most of them are military bases.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, my dad died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is caused by a non-environmental, like it's something that's man-made or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Was
And
he,
saying that
was he a
he
government
was a-
guy or a factory?
yeah, he worked at McDonnell Douglas. He was he worked at, and they pretty much said that that's where it came from, but there's no way to there was
Yeah.
people that contacted my mom after he died, and my mom was like in grief, so she didn't deal with it.
Yeah. No, that's common even in the nuke areas, that it might not be people who work there, but their family members die of fucking lung cancer for various reasons. Especially, I know somebody from who was a wife of a guy who was working on the nuke subs in Noank, Connecticut, up in Connecticut, Groton, Connecticut, and she wasn't even, the guy didn't have cancer, but his wife did, and it's like unprecedented. It's like particles and radioactive shit. Once you're working with nukes, you never know what kind of exposure you have.
To all,
Especially Groton. That's where they make the puppies,
I was gonna say, in all fairness to McDonnell Douglas, my dad was in Vietnam for a few years too, so I heard there's some rumors of some bad shit that they came into contact with too.
Was he a combat
What
veteran?
years? What years?
Yeah, I don't know what he
what
was
years
there.
Was he there?
He was there until 68, so it would have been 65 to 68, I think.
What,
66
and what
to
did
68.
he do? Was he Army?
I mean, he was involved with some stuff, but he never wanted to talk about it with me. And the only time I can ever remember something bad happened about it was we saw Platoon, when it came out at the movies, and it was the one of 2 times I saw my dad cry, and he had to leave the theater for a few minutes.
He was Army, your dad?
Yeah, Army.
Yeah, okay. Was he drafted?
So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was drafted. I'm pretty sure some bad stuff went down. Because he was real. I could tell it was like a subject he didn't want to. And my dad was pretty cool about talking about anything. But there was one time he said that there was one time when he was on post and his barracks or whatever got attacked, and I think some people might have died, And then the next night he was sleeping, and the place where he was on post or whatever got attacked. So I think that kind of messed with him because he got real lucky because he was on post the one night that where he was sleeping got bombed or shot at, and then it was the opposite the next night.
You have any paperwork?
And then another time, the only other thing I know about, I gotta say this or I'll forget. Sorry. But the only other thing I remembered was he told me this one time they thought there was a movement in the trees, I guess he was on post or whatever, and they shot the fuck out of these trees or whatever they have out there. I don't know if it's palm trees or whatever it was. And the next day they went out there and they found dozens of dead monkeys out there because it was monkeys that were in the trees that they shot up.
Yep, he was in the Highlands. That's where the monkeys were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's 1968 was the Tet Offensive, so
yeah,
it's entirely possible.
Yeah, he might have been. He could. I don't know.
Entirely possible that his base was attacked by.
I'll tell you what scene it was in Platoon. It was that scene when they were in the. I don't want to say what they said in the movie. They were in the dirt hut, with the other people, and the American dudes were bashing the Vietnamese heads in.
Yeah.
So later on in life, I'm like, damn, man, I wonder if something like that happened with my dad, or if he witnessed something like that, I'm sure he did. I mean, it was horrible, probably.
Yeah.
Shit, we had some freezing going on earlier, but it seems to be better now. I
didn't notice it except the very beginning when you started.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
perfect.
I didn't notice anything.
Well, my lady says show keeps freezing.
Oh, it must be the internet on your end.
I hope so. Because we're all on the StreamYard, so you wouldn't see the YouTube feed.
Maybe she's just saying it's cold there.
No.
Really cold.
Negative. I confirmed, but she said it's better now. It's not happening. So
Aphid, you really never debriefed your father, did you?
No, and I don't know why I didn't. I picked his brain about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I guess it was this.
You must have sensed
I did. Yeah. But I didn't really have many. Now I wish, looking back, it's been 10 years now since he's passed. But I kind of wish I would have, found out what happened, had that conversation with him, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
I know.
We were too busy talking about race car stuff.
Yeah.
My pops.
Yeah.
Right. Living in the moment.
You're a lucky man
That's
to
right.
have your father that long till you were in your 30s. You're a lucky man.
Yeah, I was almost 40. Yeah, late 30s.
Yeah.
This right here. This tablet right here where my thumb is. This is plays 24 hours a day. It's my dad racing his car. It's the video. We played that at his because he didn't want to waste money on a casket and all that shit. Put my mom in the poorhouse just to have a $10,000 casket or whatever the hell it is these days. So he just wanted to be cremated, and we had they have a name for it these days, like a ceremonial life or something. What it was, So it was just like his buddies, and we had this video playing on a big screen of him racing, because that's all his friends were from drag racing, And it was so much better than having a casket with everybody crying, I mean, I'm not saying, if you chose that for your loved one or whatever, I'm not saying you did the wrong thing, but I'm just saying for us, it was awesome.
Of course not. Aphid, was your dad a moonshiner? because
Like, did he make alcohol in the woods
Yeah.
with like smashed up potatoes?
Yeah.
No.
okay. 'Cause
No,
a
he
lot of
never
those-
drank. Really, he never drank. But when he did drink, it was like very rare, and he would cuss because I think he thought like I would think it was cool or something. It was like he stressed cussing only when he drank. So that was
funny.
interesting.
Because a lot of the race car guys were moonshiners, you know.
Oh yeah, no, that was NASCAR. NASCAR was
That's true. Not driving
that was where
racing.
NASCAR was born from. Was
Yeah.
moonshine running.
But not many McDonnell Douglas guys were moonshiners.
That's true.
No, but
Although
I'll tell
I
you
can
what.
see an advanced car guy going and saying, well, I want to get a little more advanced than just a car. And I want to go to like McDonnell Douglas and make jets, you know, and faster things. Like there's a correlation between any level of mechanics,
Yeah.
airplane, car,
Speed is speed, baby.
you know.
Give me
and
the speed.
engineering. I could see like
My dad was an engineer. He had half of my parents' basement. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before. Was a HO track, and he towards the I don't know the last 10 years of his life probably he switched over to some kind of not cell phone. Like the phones that you have in your house that are on the
Cordless.
yeah the cordless phones. But it was some kind of technology he figured out how to, and I guess it was like kind of rare like. But he figured out how to, like, you would punch a code into he had cell phones placed up and they were somehow connected to some kind of transmitter. And you would punch the code in to make it go and stop and honk its horn and do all kinds of, like, it would back up like 10 feet and stop and connect and everything.
wow,
That was
It was
the
some
beginning
kind
that was the beginning of the IED.
pretty advanced.
I was thinking that, McGrandy.
You're right,
thinking of-
yeah.
That's how those terrorists.
He would have been great over there in
Yeah.
Afghanistan.
Driving, yeah, right.
My brother, because the system is still set up in my mom's basement.
No shit.
My brother, he's like this brilliant homeless guy.
I love that.
But he took it over because I guess he didn't have a great relationship with my father. But I think that there was some kind of thing going on there when my dad died where he really wanted to like connect with them by going through the whole
Guess
train
what?
track.
Your brother's a lot like your dad. That's the fact there, but
A little bit. But my brother's got a
So
little
are
bit
you.
crazy. My brother's got a little bit crazy in him that the rest of them just didn't have.
Now, Dizzy asks, do you think growing up with a father can make you more confident? I'm going to say it depends on the father.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
definitely.
First of all, I don't know because I grew up with my father, so I don't know what it's like not to have one.
Right.
But some of them can, they put down their sons
Yeah,
for
it
being
totally-
imperfect.
Depends on the father, depends on the son, but mostly the father. Like,
Yep.
there are certainly some that can have a very detrimental effect. So, Dizzy, that's certainly not a hard and fast rule. People can grow up who are confident with just a single mother. So it's
Yeah.
all situational at best,
Dizzy's bringing it this week. I hope Dizzy comes back.
Yeah, Dizzy's cool.
He should be on the show. And I'll give him my square. I'm just, what?
We've got plenty of squares available.
Yes.
Dizzy should call into the show. Does Dizzy know the link to call in? Maybe Dizzy will call in.
Smokesteve's getting a little dizzy himself, so we want to be
Well, Smokesteve, I sure hope we see you next weekend, and
Yeah.
I hope you have a good week. That's the
Absolutely.
most important thing.
I'll update it on the Discord,
Okay.
All right.
and I'll also update you guys by some DMs too.
All right. I'll
But
be.
McGrandy, you can find me on the Discord.
I'll look for you, buddy.
Look, Randy.
But we can continue this a little while longer if you guys want to, or I'm down with anything.
Dude, it's your show. It's your show.
Your show, buddy.
I always
Up
like
to
to
you.
read the room because
I'm actually getting the sleepies myself. I've been up since 4:00 this morning, but
I mean, I've been tired all day, but I'm still fine. It's not like I'm really, really
Well,
tired where I got to leave.
A-
So
it all depends on Aphid, right? He's the master.
Oh, don't offend me. But I do have control over this bitch because if you
You
see, I
do.
got a blue. It's almost. I almost feel like I got my red star back. Is what I feel like now. That I got
Yes.
that blue.
have you figured out
blue
what you can
wrench.
do with that power?
I did. I looked over there and I can report, remove. I can put people in timeout and I can hide them.
Well,
Wow.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at what it looks like over with you on the. Let's see here. I'm going over.
All right, Steve, let's not
Wow.
ruin this.
Oh man,
You're
look
in
at
charge,
that!
buddy.
Look at that wrench.
It's awesome, man.
FG. Very nice.
I just wanted to type something so I could see my wrench because it means so much. Means so much to me. So I just squiggled a couple of letters.
Totally
there.
inspiring, bro.
How do you remove a comment? Removes the user.
Oh yeah, I
doesn't
don't
it?
think. Yeah, I don't know if we can remove a comment.
Can
Oh,
I,
it says remove.
But
I
does
don't
that
want to
mean-
do it to.
Does that
I don't.
mean the
I'm gonna do
user-
it to. I'm gonna do it to Topple's comment.
that's what I was
That
gonna
way
do,
Okay, message. Okay, so message deleted.
Okay, that's
Bye.
just the message.
It's just. Do you see how it says it was deleted by me or?
Yes,
is that
it says
just on my
message
end?
deleted by Aphid Lip.
Yeah, that's right.
View
Oh,
deleted
oh.
message. I can see.
Oh, you
I can
can
view
still
the
see it.
message.
And up above.
No, you and I can't because we're moderators.
But
Nobody
up
else.
above,
Can.
I can still read Topple when he highlighted me.
Yeah, so I didn't kick him. I didn't
No,
kick
you
him.
didn't kick
Right.
him, just deleted one. But generally, when it's a person who you guys think might be a total troll, do the remove from stream option.
Right.
We don't have remove from stream. We have put user in timeout. Hide
That's it.
user.
Uh,
Put user in timeout.
Yeah, hide user on this channel is what we would do, and then we'd kick him
Hide
from
user.
this channel.
You think
Okay.
so? Hide?
Yeah, definitely.
All
So
right.
timeout just is like 5 minutes maybe.
Right.
Steve, you have a competent first lieutenant.
Hide too.
I do got a quick question. I do got before we go. I have one more thing I wanted to
Yes,
bring
yes.
up that I've noticed recently.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And okay, so do you guys all live in cities where you have people on street corners with cardboard signs, begging
Yeah.
for
Not
change?
far.
All over the place.
Not here where I
I've
live, but
actually
nearby.
engaged them.
I've
Smokesteve,
seen 'em.
surely in Boston they have. them.
Yeah, I've seen them. I drive clean right on by them. I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Right.
I drive right
Now
over.
I've
Jobs available everywhere.
I know. Okay, so I've noticed lately a definite increase in how should I put it? Middle Eastern families, and it's always
Oh, no.
a male and a female and at least one kid.
No
and
good.
they
You know where I'm seeing this? Even in my area, I'm seeing this at grocery stores,
okay.
in shopping centers, of all places. There's
Have you noticed an increase of this in the
Absolutely.
last what is going on?
The
with
family
that?
with the kid
Yes.
I'm like
and a cardboard sign saying,
With the baby.
explaining their woes.
I'm a
Yes.
year and a half behind you guys because I saw this shit like 2 years ago.
Okay.
No, it's definitely been an increase in the past, I'd say, year.
All right.
Yeah,
This
right.
And
last
I actually
summer, I
Went
saw
out
some
to a
people
woman and
selling-
said, "You got to watch your kid.
I
He's
saw some
too
people-
close to the road."
I saw some people selling flowers that had a baby, and the
Yep.
mother was holding the baby like cradled, like
seen-
like Madonna, Lady Madonna with the fucking
Yeah.
baby.
Did-
I've
Were
seen
they
the
Middle
lady with
Eastern?
the flowers and the baby. I've seen that one.
Were they
Yeah,
Middle
yeah.
Eastern?
They were 10.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah,
I mean, I
enough
was
said.
speeding through, dude. I was like, "Whoa, baby! Get me the fuck out of here!" You know.
See,
it's
I
like,
haven't
oh.
seen Middle Eastern specifically. I've seen Hispanic, some Mexican. In fact, one of them
No,
even.
this is definitely a Middle Eastern, and I
Did
don't
you
have.
ask
I live
them
here
if
in
they're
St.
Middle
Louis.
Eastern?
No. Come on now. I live in St. Louis, and there's not many Middle Eastern people here. All right, there's some Hispanics, and there's definitely a lot of. Never mind. What I'm saying is, there's not a lot of Middle Easterns.
Okay, we know
Okay.
we know who there's
There's not a lot of Middle Eastern, but I am seeing a lot of them on. And the one thing I noticed is the females are always very aggressive with the hand waves. Most of the brothers and the real tan like American dudes that just are down on their luck, and usually on like meth or something, you can tell right away.
Yeah.
They just stand there. They can't even open their eyes because they're about to nod out. And they just stand there with their sign, and whatever happens, happens, and they're fine with that. But these people, these Middle Easterns, are real aggressive. And the other day, I was at the stop sign, and I mean, I'll give them cigarettes, if they're. But these people don't want a cigarette, it's obvious. Anyway, she like approached my car, and it was like The Ring. I turn I look over, and she's standing right in my window, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, lady, But
With the hair down.
yes, dude, like he was like full on creep show. But yeah, I've noticed it, and I just was curious, there's several wide range of parts of the United States here. I just wondered if there was another
I haven't seen that.
increase.
Well, since I live in DeSantis, Florida, they're freaking out, and they're all white people that I see. And
we got a lot of them too.
And I actually, because I'm a man of the road, on the bike and the walking and shit.
Road warrior.
I've known people. I talk to them, and you know what? There's this one skinny old lady that walks around and she's collecting, and this one black dude who was pissed off. He said she makes $200 a day.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Up,
yeah,
walking out there. She's on the median. She waits for the red lights. But I've seen cops around, and I've seen her like take her sign and fold it up, and because they're like, it's ambivalent down here as far as that stuff.
Uh-huh.
So I can only imagine what it's like up there, because you guys, you're like due west of New York and the immigrant centers in Boston and all that stuff. Everything is flowing. Anybody who's coming from across the ocean is heading west, just like, like Minnesota. Minnesota's full of Somalis. Figure that out.
The immigrant train from shipping in the Northeast is not very strong these days, as far as I can tell.
I mean, most of the immigrants go where they think people that speak their language and their culture are already situated. So there's usually, a pioneering family, and then a lot of people follow. So
I'm just making up a comment based upon aphid's location and its proximity to areas of importation from Europe and everything else, and so I'm thinking maybe your area, buddy. Last Dance, maybe they're coming in through Maryland, or
I don't know.
No. They would be coming in through Florida and Texas, and maybe New
Middle
Mexico.
Easterners are coming in through Florida and Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know how they get here. Do they go on boats, or are they flying in?
Meanwhile, the Jack in the Box they're standing in front of can't serve me, 2 tacos for $1 on a Wednesday afternoon because they don't have enough people to work there.
Yeah,
that's a tragedy.
It is
because those immigrants are not being employed.
Well, see, most immigrants will take a job like that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, unless they don't have papers. That's why they're begging on the street.
Yeah, they'll stay at.
Actually,
they'll stand by a 7-Eleven where they're.
I noticed they always.
Here's what's really happening. Those are the women for the guys who have their real jobs because they got the visas, and they're saying to their wives, "You got to get out there and make a living and bring in the food, because it's a lot better than laying in the desert in Syria and waiting for the UN to bring you water and some rice." So. That's probably what's happening.
I mean, it's a mistake to assume that every immigrant is fleeing war. I mean, a lot of them are fleeing war, but many of them they live in economically stagnant area, and they know that they'll never do any better than their
you
parents or
say
their grandparents or anybody who
Absolutely
lives
true.
around them.
That's the
a
history of America.
shithole
though.
country.
That's right.
That's the
Shithole. That's
history
right.
of America.
It's a great history.
I don't think I agree with them having their infant toddler sitting on a dangerous
No, it's not.
street
but
corner though.
You have
No,
to.
it's a bit of a
And
scam.
I'm not
you
making
know.
excuses here. I agree with you, Aphid, but you have to understand it's a completely different fucking basis of existence.
Wait, is it an infant or a toddler? Because you said infant toddler. That doesn't.
Yeah, well,
What is
I'm
it?
covering both bases. I've seen them both.
Hybrid, baby,
You think they rent the
halfway
infant?
between?
They usually, I will tell you, they usually have nice clothes and a cell phone. They're always on their cell phone.
Yeah.
Where the bums that are real bums that they don't have a cell phone. I
I
guarantee
agree
you
with that,
Right.
and you can see the difference. And I remember,
Yeah.
Guess
like
what?
in Baltimore, I would
Welcome to
see.
America. This is American ingenuity.
Hold on.
This is what it is.
McGrin.
They found a niche.
Last dance. What were you saying?
In Baltimore, especially when I would take my wife for medical treatment at Johns Hopkins Hospital, every street corner, basically there was like some homeless person who that was their corner, and so you'd see the same people going back and forth, and those people were very, very shabby, and you could immediately detect that they were mentally ill and suffering, the inability. And for those people, I would give them money and even food, when it occurred, because and they might take the money and buy drugs or anything. But
how would you give them food from a car?
Because I had some that I had. If I had some, I would just give it to them. I can always get more. I'm not like them.
Right. And if they took it and ate it, then you know that they are homeless. Because if there's some scam artist, they're gonna be like, "I'm not gonna eat this."
Your
Like,
shitty
guys,
food. I just had
cheeseburger.
steak at home.
Right.
I just made $500 today.
Exactly. They did a thing here in St. Louis. It's been several years ago, but it was like I'm sure every city's got the same thing where it's like they're on your side, working for you or whatever.
7 on your
And
side
they-
was Chicago.
Yeah, whatever. Right? They followed this dude. He got in like a Suburban and went home to his suburban home.
The
But it was
women at the grocery stores, they look pretty healthy. They didn't.
Right.
They don't look like those people. Their sign says they're desperate, and maybe they are. I don't know.
Yeah.
But their looks don't tell that story.
I'll tell you another thing that really bothers me, and maybe this is wrong. I'm sure someday it's going to bite me in the ass because it's going to be somebody that really deserves it. But these people that have the handicap parking spots, and they park in there, and they get out, with their tight jeans and just stroll on them without any obvious, medical condition. Yeah, and I'm just like, I want to say something to them, but I don't.
I see that all the time.
I do too. It's like, I'm sure it's like kind of like getting your medical marijuana card. You just go to the doctor and be like, look, I can't walk. Give me a, handicap parking sign. And they take advantage of the situation, but it just burns me up.
Yeah, but one of them is a bonus to only the person and without affecting anyone else. The handicap thing on the other side is totally affecting actually handicapped people. But so your comparison between the medical marijuana one and the handicapped parking people, I don't think it's legit.
I see it all the time.
No, what I'm saying is to get your medical marijuana card, it's not hard to do.
Right, but it wouldn't take away from anybody else. You wouldn't be taking a medical marijuana card.
Well, I'm not saying there's not
from a
no. I'm not
person.
saying I'm not.
Whereas
Look,
if you take the parking spot, you literally are taking it.
But
from the
yeah, but there's I don't think there's not a shortage of handicap parking spots. I mean, there can be on a rare occasion, but I don't think that's a huge problem where there's not enough handicap parking spots. I don't think so.
Trust me.
It was more a relationship with how easy it is to get your medical marijuana to how easy it probably is, and I don't know, to get a handicap parking space. Is what
I
I'm
do
saying.
know, and it's usually pretty easy, but much easier to get a medical marijuana card because they want you to get it. It's
I know quite a bit about that part of it. And
my girlfriend has a medical marijuana card, and so and I wanted her to get it because she liked marijuana. It made her feel better, and I wanted her to do it legally.
Good for her.
So
I'm very proud
she had a
of her.
medical reason, but it wasn't really for the medical reason. The medical reason was an excuse, and that's all fine with our state. They don't demand a very stringent, overriding medical reason. It's sort of a thin veneer of justification, and it's intentionally like that.
Right.
Did you just say that you had a girlfriend?
Yeah, I've said that before.
Oh, I guess I missed that in the past. Good for
Maybe
you.
I haven't
Stans.
said it.
No, you
I
had.
don't remember it.
You had months ago, and
Okay.
maybe people had thought that you had become single in the interim, but now you're
No.
saying you're not single. You're
No,
still with a girlfriend.
I've been going out with her since 6 months after, let's see, November 3/11. Yeah, it's about 7-8 months after my wife passed. I was extremely lonely, and it finally occurred to me that that's one of the saddest reasons I'm so sad is I'm so lonely. So I went on one of these online dating sites, and one day later, I got on a date, and I liked the woman, and we've been, seeing each other ever since. So
Wow.
Well, I didn't mean to pry into your personal life, but I'm
you
glad.
forced it out of me. You know
I
it.
didn't mean to.
Glad it's working out.
But I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you're happy with your relationship.
That goes contrary to my advice to Cypher and his endeavors in that same area. So,
Dizzy,
good
we
for you,
don't
buddy.
mind. Join in.
We would love to have Fidel Castro's lost brother on the show.
Dizzy Castro.
exactly.
Dizzy Castro, join in. It's all right. I gotta go urinate in the driveway.
Yeah, I do too, man. So it's gonna be up to these two guys because I've been
Okay.
crossing my legs for like 10 minutes.
Well, I'm ready to go. It's past
I'm a
my
student of
bedtime.
Fidel Castro.
Fuck, come on.
Bring
We're
him
gonna
on.
end the whole thing because we're gonna take a pee.
Yeah, bring him on. I have a bizarre affection for Fidel because
Oh, do you? Can you listen to his bizarre affection?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Don't tell me you're one of these people that has a romantic view of Fidel,
No,
the Castro
no, he-
boys, and Che Guevara.
here's the funny thing. Fidel is he's a Cuban, but he's a Gallego from Spain. His family goes back to Spain, so northern Spain, and most Gallegos.
Wasn't his father a doctor?
I'm not sure,
Yeah, I don't remember either.
but I've got to tell you that he was tall, and most Gallegos are not tall. He was like, how tall was Fidel? Like 6'2"?
He was pretty tall.
Yeah, I'll say 6'2" at the most, maybe less. And the guy had the ability to make speeches for like 8 hours.
It's true.
Where does
And
that
they
come
were
from?
not good speeches. You ever heard one? They're rambling,
Well,
and incoherent, and I remember
maybe
when
not.
the
Maybe
CIA
my
CIA had a
Spanish is not
plan
good enough
to
figure that out, but
the CIA had
Anyway,
a
he
plan
had
to spike his
stamina.
cigars so that
And-
his
Yep.
speeches would sound incoherent.
yeah. And
But
he
they already
gave up.
were incoherent.
But he gave up his cigars and all that
Eventually,
stuff.
yeah.
But he had the ability during his reign to actually carry out international operations. Think about it. Island of Cuba. He affected wars in Africa, conflicts that were in Central and South America. And who would think that a guy in his last stages lost Soviet support? The guy changed the shape of Africa.
All right, we're back.
For the worse, for sure.
Well, maybe not. Actually, a
No
lot of them
doubt.
corresponded with U.S. ideals, but
Take 5.
all right, I'm gone.
Okay.
Taking 5.
Take it easy.
Oh,
No, he's
that
just
looks
saying
good.
he's stopping talking.
Oh. What you got there, Steve?
Take 5.
The
I'm
candy.
getting
Yeah?
hungry myself, man. Oh,
I'm gonna get my candy
you
now.
Dog.
Did you go trick or treating for that,
Oh, you
Smokesteve?
dog. Oh, I would kill for one of those right now.
Those are good, man. I do like those.
Awesome.
You know,
It's
I
it's
found that it's better to have candy than a box of cookies. You know, I got a sweet tooth myself, so if you get me a half gallon of ice cream, I'll eat the whole fucker in one night. You give me, yeah. Anyway, the secret is aphid. Don't buy it. But if I get cookies,
that's the secret, huh?
Same thing with cookies. Oh, look at that.
Melba toast. What is that?
Oh.
No, it's
Metamucil. Fiber thins. Chocolate.
Hold it up again. Let's go. Solo layout.
Oh, that looks good too.
Ooh, nice.
He's got to. Old man's got to keep his shits regular. Is what he's saying.
Don't give those out on Halloween. You'll have some.
They should. If they did, I'd go trick or treating.
That's great, man.
I mean, if they want something fresh, they can hand out prunes.
Yeah. I love prunes.
That's great.
How about dates? Do you old guys eat dates or what?
No, I wish I could. They got a
I don't
weird,
really like dates.
They got a weird outer taste to them, man. And
I've eaten.
you know what I've been doing? I've been doing the lemonade every day. I used to buy the lemons for like 70 cents a piece. My wife says, "Buy the bag." I'm like, "Okay." She paid for it.
So you
I make like
lemonade.
I can use one lemon, and I can make a lemonade. I put it in my my jar.
You put it in an old Classico pasta jar?
Yeah,
pasta
yeah.
sauce jar?
Yeah,
You
it's
didn't
awesome,
even take
man.
the label off, dude.
I know. I'm nostalgic. I don't want to deny you guys a little something of history. I actually looked at it. It was
moonshine.
Good catch, Steve.
I know. I think he nailed it, didn't he? It is a Classico pasta
The
jar.
funny thing is, the expiration date on this bottle is like 2019, so it's pre-COVID. But anyway, I clean it out and do my stuff, and I make
We're
lemonade.
not accusing you of being unsanitary.
No, it doesn't matter. It's lemon juice. Anyway, it's good for your eyesight, by the way. I got to tell you, boys.
How much sugar do you put in that bad boy? Cup?
I dump it in, but I probably say maybe 2.5 big spoonfuls.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Look at how thin he is. I'm not going to tell him what to eat.
No.
And I add it with ice, and then I pour in the water, and I shake that baby up, and I can keep adding water to it, you know.
Right.
And fucking dude, that lemon juice rocks. And most of the time I'm dehydrated, you know. I do my bike rides. I take water with me, and water is really not going to do any replenishing. So, and I've been doing spinach, guys. You guys you might not get a bag of spinach.
I am what I am.
Get a bag of spinach.
Popeye the
throw it in
Sailor
pan,
Man.
and put some little garlic in there. Let it cook down. Throw 2 eggs in. Mix it up. Put it on 2 pieces of bread. You have no idea. That shit. That's a meal.
How about? Well, that sounds like a last dance meal. If it was me, I'd have a nice fucking pork chop with it.
Well, you know
it's
what?
got some
Potatoes.
crumpled up bacon on that spinach.
You know what? You got to mix it up, though, Steve. I don't have
And then
pork
hold the
chops all the
spinach.
time. I'll do the pork thing. You know what? I'm waiting for the bacon supply at the local grocery store to run out of expiration, so they have to do 2 for 1 because I'm not buying that shit for fucking $9. I'll tell you that right now. So
They've been knocking down the ounces too. If you notice, like
yeah.
It'd be like $5.99. You'd be like, oh shit, I'm gonna load up on that, and I look at it, and it's like 12 ounces, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Bitch, you ain't gonna pull that on me.
You know what
16
kills me?
ounces.
You know what kills me? It's the price of coffee. It is fucking unbelievable. Like it's almost like $16 for a pound of coffee.
Coffee does seem like it's gone up in price.
Yeah.
I'll pay anything for a good quality coffee.
I hear that. My wife
I used to. I pretty much stopped drinking.
They had the beans.
caffeinated beverages.
Don't give it up.
Really?
buddy.
Wow.
That shit's important.
I've decided that we never bought really good coffee before, and that I've found that the store brand coffee is the same as like Maxwell House, that all of those are the same. So if you're not buying the expensive shit, just get the cheapest one, because I think
Yep.
they're all
Yep.
essentially bought from the same bin.
Yeah, that's
You
pretty
want,
right.
you
much
want,
the truth.
yeah, actually,
That's
you
pretty
want
much
to buy
true.
the espresso brands, like the off brands, like the Cuban coffee, shit like that. Pinar,
Publix
uh,
brand.
Publix brand works,
Fuck yeah,
but
man.
you want to buy the Pinar or their espresso basically. But you can put them in like a Mr. Coffee, and they still work. Really nice too. Give you a nice different cook.
Nice.
And make sure you have a lot of sugar and some milk in there. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you
And
only
then
do
you don't
ice.
care if there's coffee.
I only do
That's
ice.
right.
No, it's coffee. It's coffee.
See, I drink
I-
coffee black, and it really makes a difference for me.
No sugar.
What kind of no, not just black coffee, no sugar.
Holy shit! Well,
and I love good coffee.
Dude, you're a
and,
man.
yeah,
Jeez.
you are. You're like Mr. World War II guy going through. My mom was alive
like
during
Sloop.
World War II, and she said
Just like him.
She said they
May he
rationed.
rest in peace.
My mom never drank
Exactly.
coffee with sugar, and she said it because of World War II, because they rationed the sugar.
Oh yeah, those habits. Yep.
So, fortunately, I never adhered to that particular habit.
No, I drank coffee with cream and sugar. I went through all that, but when I became a vegan, I stopped with the cream. But I could always put in, rice milk or something. But I just thought I'd try the coffee black, and I really liked it black. It was
Rice
really
milk.
I
No
drink
sugar?
it black. I'll drink
No
it black,
sugar
but I
on
have to have
those
my sugar.
no sugar now.
Well, last
Yeah, I don't
chance,
stop.
what's the brand you buy off like now? What is it? Pete's? Vermont?
I really
What do you
like
got?
Pete's. I like Starbucks. Everybody complains about Starbucks, but Pete's was always a little better, and so I would get
Pete's is good.
Pete's.
Ugh.
But now I get a coffee, and I tried a whole bunch, and there's one from some commie outfit called Grounds for Change that
fucking
I really
commies.
like. Cafe Feminino, it's called. I really love that coffee. It's just delicious.
Huh.
I say niet to that.
Yeah,
They'd understand you.
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
Catalato Boris.
I don't stop putting sugar in until that spoon stands straight up.
No, you drink it however you like. I certainly don't judge people for how they drink.
That's how in some places in New England, that's how you tell a good clam chowder. If the spoon stands up on the
Stands straight up.
I love clam chowder.
I don't like them like that. I don't like them so thick you can't even.
Best thing about clam chowder is you get a little bit of the sand.
No, that's the worst thing. You don't want to get it.
Just what you want to pay for.
I like the sand.
No, you.
Sand.
I've been eating clams and oysters my whole life. The last thing you want is grit and sand. That's
Well,
no good. No bueno. As a clam eater.
you know, it's a sad thing down here in Florida. All the oysters come from Apalachicola, which is like the bend on Florida coastline.
Uh-huh.
It's opposite. It's like, anyway, if it's an L, it's right up there by the right angle, and there's like marshes up there. Oh, by the way,
Yeah, I was. What's he trying to say there? I'm not sure.
it's marshes, so it's full of oysters, and that's where they harvest it from. By the way, did you guys notice from the hurricane, all that water got sucked out from?
Does that mean he's going to
Pensacola?
have an erection for 48 hours?
I'm
What
pretty
kind of-
sure. I'm pretty
Give me
sure that's
some
what
of
he's
this
saying.
Coffee. I want some of this shit. What there was sorry, go ahead. There was it was Christian Fourier, who was a member of the Patriots, who said that he was at a party and he took Viagra for no reason and walked around with an erection at the party. He didn't get canceled for that.
Like that's like you want to walk around with an erection.
Like it's a thing.
That's
I
the
I did that
worst
for the
thing.
first 40 years of my life.
That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Depends on the company, I suppose.
Yeah, but like for 48 hours, you're gonna have mixed company.
Kind of reminds you of the movie Anchorman when
Oh, that's
like-
crazy. Yeah.
she's like, "You have a massive erection." He's like, "Oh, yeah,
Oh, that was a great movie. I need to see it again.
good."
It is
Well-
a good movie. I watch it quite often, actually.
Gentlemen, I want to warn you that in your future you will experience a predicament that is called low T. Low,
You think you have
Low
to warn me? I'm
testosterone?
60.
and this is actually an unbelievably potent sense of power, because
Oh boy,
the
I
bitches,
really think
the
we're going
bitches
off
no
the
longer
rails
have
and
any influence on
into the red
you. You
zone
are
here.
truly a man.
But Brandy, did you get a shot of tea with an extra tan booster?
No, I would never do that. Just like
Jesus.
aphid lip, just like I would never dye my hair. I would never do that.
The triple T, testosterone, tint, and tan.
I am not familiar with that in any way, and
All right. Just
I'm glad you're seeking out that kind of information, though. At your young
Oh,
age.
something just
I just saw
came close to the window behind you.
a creature in behind you
Yeah. that's-
behind me.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
through the window.
Holy shit! Got movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aphid rewind. What did we just see?
I think that was. Well, I don't want to say her name. Everybody
No,
from
it's not
LiveLeak.
her. It's not
Oh,
her.
it wasn't.
No, it's probably one of the. You have to understand the ventilation in my residence. I had the windows open, dude, for the first time in a long time. Well, actually, I had the windows out
It's
here. I got
so
the-
you're saying that whoever walked by that
Flew
door
into the
behind
window.
you had something to do with the ventilation in your condo?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just the wind.
It might have been someone seeking tobacco.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
It's even more crystal than before.
Seeking tobacco. What is this? The 1800s? Are they trying to buy some tobacco? Like, what are you
From the
talking
tobacconist.
Seeking tobacco.
Yeah.
You saying
Oh,
someone came in through the window to bum a cigarette off you?
Well, I'm out of cigarettes, so maybe so.
It was like that scene in Three Men and a Baby when there's a ghost in the window. Like, did that really happen? I swear I saw that. Was there
Well,
a
you know
ghost?
what? That's awesome. Because
You remember that reference?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
never saw that movie.
I don't, but I can appreciate you saw something I didn't. And
No, there's a great controversy in film history of Three Men and a Baby with the ghost in the window. Supposedly,
Oh, I see.
are you
What?
looking it
It's
up?
it's
No,
supposedly
but you're saying
cardboard.
it wasn't referenced in the movie. We just saw it when we watched it.
No,
No,
if
it's
you
a
watch
real
the
thing.
yeah, if you watch the movie, you can see it. But it's supposedly a cardboard cutout of one of the three main dudes in that movie. I can't remember I feel like it's Ted Danson for some reason,
It's a real.
but I
thing,
can't
though.
remember why it's his cardboard cutout in the window.
Ted Danson has like one of the most perpetual, high quality toupees anyone has ever seen. That guy's bald as shit. You believe that? You saw him in Band
I'll
of
tell you
Brothers?
whose hairline has increased over the years, and that's David Spade. That dude's hairline has really came back around with
So,
time.
and as well, Tom Brady.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. But you don't think he has a wig? He probably had
Plugs.
plugs. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm sure David Spade did too.
It's the only way to do it. You got to do the plugs.
I mean,
But David Spade back in like the early '90s, his hairline was like back here. It was like mine. And now he's got this long flock that he, tries to act like
he looks.
is
Oh
his.
shit.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's got the money. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't
Hair-
know, man. I don't
Well,
know.
hair-
If I had
hair-
money, I don't know if I'd go for
If it
Go for
affected
hair.
your popularity and your career, that maybe
Possibly.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
he's
I
just
saw the
he's
I
he's
saw
on the
C-
A list.
I
If
saw
you're
the
a business
CEO of
dependent
the
on it, you
company I
do it.
work for. He went through the plugs. He was wearing like one of those short caps for a while. You know, it was like weird. He'd go into the meetings and he saw those plugs there, and it was like, holy shit.
plugs. They
Yeah.
looked like little
And it was
Little-
funny because
dots, kind of.
I got rid of my glasses because I had to pay money for LASIKs. And he goes,
yes.
I could have gotten plugs for that. And then 5 years later, the guy got the plugs. And the guy's making good money too. But it's like, I don't blame him for that because I did the LASIK thing, you know? So,
What are you
Well,
saying? Like he was
LASIK
making
is.
a couple million
You didn't do it for vanity, though.
no, it was like $5,000 area.
a week?
No,
What?
$5,000. What? $5,000 a month?
one time.
Oh, $5,000? That's fucking nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, well, we are
$5,000 is a lot of fucking money.
We
I
are
don't know.
progressive.
I've been avoiding getting a hearing aid that I need because it's going to be at least $2,000.
But I was asking more
Steve,
about like
we're talking like 19 when I was 50, so that's 14 years
I go
ago.
I go through a lot to save $5. I mean, you're talking about
we know that, Aphid.
He was saying $5,000.
And you do it well.
I was saying how much when he said the guy had money. I was saying how much does he make?
The guy.
Oh,
does
I
maybe
see what you're saying.
300 a year,
$300K. Okay,
maybe
Oh, yeah.
400, maybe
400.
400.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I mean, he's doing
So-
well, doing better than me by a long shot.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And guess what? Part of that's from sucking on my neck. You know what I mean? So,
He's not looking for the expired meat at the grocery store like
Yeah.
old Aphid Lip is.
it's funny because
No, but you want to find
no,
that
listen, I
fine
gotta
line
tell you
of
this.
not too
I gotta give him
expired.
credit. Gotta give him credit. This is a guy. who
You
lost
freeze
his
it right
wife.
away. That's the key.
Wait, he lost his
Gets
wife.
rid of the smell.
Wait, he
Or
lost
cook
his
it.
wife. She had cancer, and he had 2 boys that were twins and a daughter that was maybe 4 years behind, and he put them through private high school, and he sent them off to college. So the guy, and of course he made sure his kids could intern at the firm on the summers, but nonetheless, you know what? The guy took care of his kids, and even though I was definitely his
Jesus.
That's the
Mental
move. That's what
superior.
you need right about now. Just
That's so hot.
that'll wake you up.
what was that? I missed it.
Just some straight glug of something.
It's just rum, right?
8 years.
Oh, I got a buddy. Actually, it's the buddy that I'm going to see. Well, it's supposed to be tomorrow, but now it's going to be Sunday.
Anyway, the guy
He said-
made it, so I'm happy for him. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You give my buddy rum, and it's never a good. It's never a good outcome.
You got to bring him a bottle of this, dude.
You know what? I got to
I
tell
think
you,
he
this
knows.
rum.
He
Well,
knows
years.
Bacardi.
I'm not a
8
liquor
year.
guy.
Oh, it's different from regular Bacardi.
But,
Oh, yeah.
but
This is
rum-
the 8-year stuff. This is
Oh, okay.
very
Maybe I'll get it for Sunday night when we go
rum
over
will
there.
make you a pirate. It is like I've drank a lot of rum in my life. Cuban rum, Jamaican rum. Let me tell you, rum is like a different drink completely. It's
good
like
shit.
it's
My
pure
favorite.
molasses. It's pure molasses, and it makes you a happy man.
It's my
And guess
favorite.
what? You wake up, you want a donut in the morning.
No, I don't. But I do
You
like
will.
to drink the rum.
I'm drinking plenty of rum on this show, and I
Holy
never
shit.
want a donut in the morning.
You're my hero, Steve.
It's good taste.
I'm so glad I don't drink liquor anymore.
Everything's so close now with these reading glasses. You guys are all fucking gigantic.
Yeah.
Let me see what you guys look like. Oh
125.
Jesus! It's better. It's better to leave them off.
Steve, is that a 125
What?
or 150?
These are 2 points. I don't know, man.
Holy shit.
You know what? hold on. I need reading glasses to read the label on
All right. All right, get rid of it.
It's reading glasses all the way down.
Aphid, get rid of the fucking anything over 150. Get rid of it. Go to Publix.
Oh,
and
go to
buy.
what?
Holy shit, dudes! Don't. I'm like 150. I'm like got 14 years on you. Use a 150. If it gets hard,
I'm at 175.
all right, that's good. So what you do if you get really desperate,
I like these ones
buy a
better.
125 and put it on top of it. If you get really
On top of what?
on top of this one.
Why would you do that? Just get a one that's
No,
the right-
because
I-
you don't want to get used to it. You don't want to
Yeah,
get used to it.
I bought a bunch of 2.0s and
No.
I
That's
almost
easy.
fell. I almost
Yeah.
fell walking down the stairs.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
you don't
went
want-
back
you
to the
don't want
175.
There you go, Steve. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but you just said you had LASIK, so
Yeah, but reading glasses are different. LASIK is distance.
Right.
You
well,
cannot.
I don't got a problem with
change-
distance.
All right, reading glasses are because you have a lens in your eye that is no longer flexible. So as you age, that lens will not move. So you compensate with reading glasses. That's why you don't get LASIK until you're 50. You get it? For distance. But before LASIK, I didn't need reading glasses except if I had glasses. I could take my glasses off and I could see fingerprints on my fingers because I was so nearsighted. Get it? Nearsighted. So when you get the
what does that
LASIK,
mean?
it means you can see close, like super close. The degree of your deficiency on the distance enhances your close vision. There's a reason people like us survived because we could see close long before the operations and the glasses.
Both my distance and my near vision have deteriorated as I got older.
Well, you know what? You got to have lemonade every day. It's going to help your eyes.
Lemonade. Okay.
Yeah, the lemons.
That was my
help.
mistake.
No, guess what? You have floaters.
Yeah, I got a couple. I've had them since
like
I was a
after you
teenager.
shit and flush the toilet.
No.
No, I know what he. I've had them since I was a teenager, so I've had them my whole life.
Yeah, these just
Well-
aren't good.
Anyway, you can double them up there, Aphid. That's what I suggest.
Well, how does that work? How does that work any better than
Because
having
it's
one that's the right strength?
Because it's specific and it is based upon the occasion that you need the close vision.
Oh, you don't wear them a lot,
struggle.
just for a moment. is what
Well,
you're
like
saying.
Aphid, who knows what he has to go through to look at his paintings and
look at me.
detail.
Is that better, Aphid?
It's the end of the road for me.
You'll see
Yeah,
what I'm talking about, buddy.
These ones are the bomb. They're scratched, but man, I can see everything so clear.
I know, man.
But is that really good? I mean,
You know
It
why?
is.
Here's
I haven't seen your face for
No.
months, buddy.
Good Lord. Last chance. Is that really what you look like?
on a good day.
You look good. You look
I'm wearing makeup now.
You know what the beautiful
You
thing
trimmed down your
is-
hair. You look like
is
you're emo. You're emo now.
That's what
I
everybody
have
says
a
about
big
me.
screen TV. You guys are looking at small screens, so for me, I don't need the glasses. Unlike when I had the little shit that always had the delay. So now
So you're saying you got better tech than us now?
no, yeah, I got a big 48 screen
Yeah,
TV to look at you.
I don't have that.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah. So I don't need the glasses anymore, and that's why I got
So if I were to moon you, it would be
no
48
because this
inches.
shit happened to be fucking
of
10
ass.
years ago. The shit you guys are going through happened to be 10 years ago. So
Just,
I
so
got
you're
to
saying we should just spend more money on getting bigger TV screens than
No.
instead of getting
yeah,
glasses?
Actually, to buy a TV monitor costs more than a TV.
I mean, I could watch you on the 68 in my living room. We have it all hooked up there, but I don't want
Well-
it.
You won't have to use the you won't have to use the glasses if you do that, Steve.
I'm aware. Thank you.
That's good. That's good.
That's what I'm pointing out.
That's
We all
a good
have to
point.
adapt, right?
Come on, you weren't aware until he told you. Admit it.
Oh, I was.
Of course he was.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I spend most of my evenings right here, but it's most. I mean, I just.
What's to the right of you, Smokesteve? Why does it glow so much over there?
To my right over here, we have
The other
Oh wait,
right.
no,
It's left.
wait, the left.
we
Your
have
left.
we have the,
Your
It's the
left.
we
The
have the
picture on
light.
your left.
And we've got
I'm thinking he has some
refrigerator.
bright lights there for some reason.
It's like it seems like almost like heaven. Is it the gates of heaven right next to you?
Are you talking about
It's
this?
nothing. It's nothing.
The circle with the, it looks like a World War II mine with the detonator sticking out. It's a circular thing.
Let me have a look. No, there's
So
something else
there's
there.
a wonderful glow off of you when you look that way.
I know, it's weird, huh? It's my office. It's a place where I do some work, art.
Some art. Yeah,
Nothing else. It's all shit.
it's where your art grows there.
That's crossing the line, Last Dance.
Well, I do my art here. My art grows here, in this room.
No, I mean it is what it is.
Yep.
People
So
go ahead.
my area here is going to be destroyed pretty soon, but I spoke to people that are on the east side of the building that have had the weather walls put in, and they told me during the hurricane they had a lot of leaks.
So you're getting some more hurricane protection, or
No, they're gonna
it's-
do a bunch of demo
it's-
and put up
it's the-
plywood walls.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
It's the jeopardy of the transition that's
It's a
going
shit
on.
show.
I see.
And yeah, exactly right. And see down here, you got to put a concrete on the bottom of the. Anyway, it's hard to
Footer?
explain. Yeah, they got to put footers in to put in the windows, so they got to pour that shit, and they're going up on scaffolds, and it's like they got to. Where are they going to mix it? I see the bags and shit down there, but
They
I
can't
see
just
the
put
inspector
pressure
there.
treated lumber.
Well, it means they got to drill into the existing slab and put in the rebar. Then they got to box it up and pour it, and then they got to let it wait because it has to cure before they put in the windows. And
Yeah.
thank God they stopped. They wanted to like rip the whole building apart, and we got a good president right now, and he's like, hold up, you know.
Yeah,
And
you
I'm
sound
glad
like,
for that because they got to have experience. These guys, these
hold up.
contractors.
Hey, yeah, you have to tell them to.
Anyway, that was the hurricane thing. Actually, brought it home a little bit closer because that vulnerability, you know.
Right.
I think we're at a segue here.
I got a question for you guys before if we're gonna end this. My 13-year-old son wants to change his name to Harib Alsack because if you say it together, it sounds like Harry Ballsack. And do you guys think that it's appropriate, you know, for me to let my son change his name to that? Or
I think it's brilliant.
Okay.
That'll make his
because this makes a difference. This conversation and your guys' answer makes a difference in if I'm going to allow him to technically change his name to that. So
I think that's just brilliant. I am in awe.
Shit.
I would take it, but now I know I just
Can I ask a greater existential question to the
Sure.
two about kids and names with kids with nothing to do with your son? This is just since you brought it up, but not connected to your family at all. Okay?
Okay.
Do you think it's okay if a son who's been a son for 20-something years or whatever goes ahead and says he's no longer your son, he's now your daughter?
Yeah, that would be. I would have to accept it. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's a
I'm not
tough
sure it'd be
one.
easy.
Right.
You would have to accept it out of, regardless of your internal thoughts or emotions, you would accept it. Is that what you're saying, Les?
Well,
Yes?
I am saying I would have to, and so I would.
You would.
it's
Okay.
your Wait, what'd you say? It's gonna be a
blood. It's your blood. It's your boy.
No, I know, but is the son gonna be a girl or a girl
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
a
Let's
boy?
say he's no longer going to be your son. He wants to be
Okay.
known as they.
Well, if it's your own
blah, blah,
son, I
blah.
mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? No, I'm not gonna like. It's not cool. No, I'm not cool with that, and you're not gonna be my son anymore. Of course you're gonna. Of course you're gonna say it's okay. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, life's a fucked up thing, man.
So that's
But the
that,
most
and you
important,
don't
no,
even
the most
question
important
it.
thing is
You
the
don't
only
even have a
response-
talk
Well,
with
if the
the
kid's
kid?
how old's the kid?
I said early 20s in my hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean,
Ah,
what are you
he's
gonna
an
do?
adult.
What are you gonna do?
He's an adult. Just don't
It
let him cut
sucks.
his nuts off.
I mean, it sucks. It sucks. I'll say it right now in case it bites me in the ass.
It's not me.
It
It's
sucks.
just a general question. Certainly not
Yeah.
anything I'm experiencing.
Well, I know you
Ask
don't
him.
have a 20-something-year-old son, so I
I
know
just
it's
want to
not.
be clear about that, so people don't get the wrong impression. But I mean,
think
would
that's like
you not have the inclination to at least talk to the person about it, or would you just?
I don't think I would at 20-something years old. What are you gonna
early
say?
20s, early 20s.
What are you gonna say?
When you ask if they're sure?
I duct tape.
Well, I
his
mean,
ass
you might say
around the
that, but
Everglades and make him
besides
change
that,
his mind.
I know you're kidding, McGrady.
I'm just saying, you guys get hung up on all this shit because guess what? In 2 years, the guy's going to be a man again, and a lot of
No,
this
that's
shit
not
going on.
true.
Well, that would imply then that they were having some kind of a maybe breakdown, that they were making them feel this way.
Yeah, I think he's saying it's a fad that'll pass.
But a fad would imply an issue.
It means you gotta
even
have
if it was a fad, they're gonna have to learn that on their own instead of you
That's
telling them,
right.
because that's not
a
gonna.
fucking
And
hell
here's
of a
what you
fad.
do. You don't.
Considering
You let them
most
live their
people
lives.
grow up,
and-
and most people grow up and like get married without having a fad of transsexuality.
Well, Steve,
I mean,
from the long vision here,
and I'm not talking gay or straight.
I know, but what it comes down to is sometimes you got to walk away and let people do their own things.
Yeah.
Like
So-
most of the time.
Well, I'm just saying, whatever. If it's like Aphid said, if it's your son or your child, you stick with them. But sometimes you have to detach and wait for the inevitable, which is maybe you get a hurricane and see how that little girl turns into a man and carries somebody out of a building. Who
Right,
knows?
No, and I'm not saying that. It's not about a gay straight thing. It's more about like whether or not some of these people might be having issues or not that makes them choose a particular thing. I guess what you guys said makes sense. You can only respect their decisions and
Well, look. Okay, let's put it in a different context. Let's say it's a 23-year-old that is coming to you and saying that, look, I'm addicted to crack, and I can't do anything about it. You sitting there and saying, well, I'm not gonna say you're my son anymore, isn't gonna help them with their addiction.
loser.
I guess he doesn't agree.
No, I agree. I know what you mean. I know.
So you can only support your kid as best you can, or it's not gonna. Disowning them ain't gonna help anything.
Because
Absolutely
they're
right.
already an adult. They have no
Right.
legal contract to you otherwise than
Right.
No, but here's the beautiful
Well,
thing, Steve, is they have no one else in their life but you. You're the padre. So
I will say
you can't give that up. If you have memories of your father and everything else, then
well, my father's still alive. So.
yeah, but you know how your dad treated you, and he probably accepted you the way you are. So whatever.
Oh, yeah, he was
I mean, if it's
kind
your
of aloof.
kids, you might not agree with it, but what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, my father was old school. He was sort of aloof, and I was kind of like fucking off all the time. So, like, yeah, I mean, we've connected later in life, but I was kind of like, whoop, whoop.
You're a lucky man to have your dad alive, Steve.
I know.
You gotta indulge that. You need to have time with him. Talk to him.
I know.
I will say this on top of my answer though. Like, okay, I got a cousin that is a alcoholic, and he's recently they thought he was going to die because they thought his liver was giving up, and they got a second opinion, and apparently his liver isn't giving up, and he possibly can live further, and he's back on the sauce. All right,
How old is
and he's God, now he's got to be early to mid 40s.
he? What's he
and-
drinking?
Straight like liquor, straight like
fuck.
I don't know
Whiskey,
what it is.
Here's what you got to do.
Probably
You
whiskey.
got to get them on.
Well,
beer.
hold on. Let me finish my point
Hard
because
alcohol,
I'll
all
forget. I'll forget. McGrande. I don't mean to cut
All right,
into you,
no,
but I'll forget. So what I'm saying is the other two cousins have talked to me, and they have said that they have thought about hijacking him, kidnapping him, I guess, and taking him to a place and just holding them, into
Rehab.
place until. No.
Oh,
Taking
just
him, he's been to many
so
rehabs.
just push him through the
Intervention.
DTs, basically.
Take him to some random, out in the middle
Yeah.
of the woods cabin and beating the
Basically-
shit out of him or holding him
Yeah,
until he
but
sobers up.
to save his life, basically, as well.
Right. And I can't disagree with that. That's not a bad decision. So with your question, with if it's with the person that wants to be a girl again, I can't say that there isn't a scenario where I wouldn't agree with, going into the most drastic measures that probably don't seem good to the outside to try to save this person. If I think that that's the best thing for them, taking some drastic measures to, to rectify the situation.
To that, Aphid?
Sure.
I think you have to accept the fact that other people have responsibilities for their lives, and one of the biggest burdens, and I'm a victim of this, is trying to help other people. Well, I'm not saying I'm a burden, but trying to control other people. That's one of my weaknesses. It's something I've acknowledged, like children and relatives, and trying to save people. And guess what? I've realized I'm not here to save anybody. They
Yeah,
have to
but
save themselves.
in this particular situation, as Aphid Lip has clearly pointed out, this guy was going to kill himself. So the only people around.
No,
that
he wasn't
could-
going to kill himself. He was drinking himself to death.
Okay.
So-
Not much of a distinction, but okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
it might
semantics at
be.
best.
It might be. Maybe he'll crash his car and
No,
end up in a
no.
hospital. We
The
don't
people
know.
who love
Here's what I
him.
s-
No,
Here's the problem with
the
alcohol and other things. It does not affect the person who is the person who is sick. It affects everyone around them. For
Bullshit.
example, Aphid Whip.
Bullshit.
I'm sure you would acknowledge that his suffering is shared by at least 5 or 6 people. His
So
family.
what's your point?
Oh, at least.
My
at least.
point is that you have to let go.
No, you don't. You
you
can't.
do.
I mean,
If you love
nothing.
someone-
With this guy, nothing else has worked. So why not try something else? I mean, it's not going to fail. I mean, the path he's on, he's obviously going to die of liver failure soon.
Well,
It's
I
already
gotta
come to a point where that was going to happen once.
I hate to be so callous as to say it's not your decision. It's his life.
No, it doesn't matter. If his brothers want to
anyway.
take up
Okay.
take their, maybe they're taking liberties with his rights, and yes, that might be true legally, but might be saving
No,
his
Steve.
life.
Here's what I have to say.
It is his
Maybe-
brothers. It is his brothers.
Here's the beauty
so
of it.
if they take his liberties,
Yeah,
but they choose to save
that's a
his
beautiful
life in
thing,
the
Steve.
process, there's nothing wrong with
are
that.
they going to be there a year or 2 years from now?
Of
Hold
course.
his hand, bringing him
Yes.
back up.
What kind of an insane question is that?
Of course,
We're talking
that's-
about what happened right now.
No,
dude.
I'm talking about real life stream here.
What's that
The
stuff
flow of
you
life.
give alcoholics that makes, when they drink alcohol, it makes them violently ill?
Well, maybe they're Native Americans.
I don't know, but I'm all ears.
Alcoholic booze juice is what they call it.
Yeah. No, there's
No, I
some-
know
drug
that
they give 'em.
because
It's true.
it's my nemesis in life. I can't ever have any because I'd be vomiting all over the place.
It's horrible what this guy's been putting his family through.
That's the sad thing.
They've been through enough, but they got other things going on that have been horrible.
Yeah, that's the sad thing. Alcoholism is
Ant abuse. That's what it's called.
It's like
It's a real thing?
it's
Yes.
fingers. They're out there, man. And it affects everybody that cares about them. And sometimes the best thing they can do is let them go.
Well, he's living at the aunt's house, his parents'
I'm
house,
gonna get
and
some more
they're like super old. And
soda pops. I'm gonna grab a few soda pops from the
they can't deal with them anymore.
fountain.
All right, get those soda pops, buddy.
And this is a story that is common through probably almost every family knows somebody that's got somebody like this in their
Yeah.
family.
I had similar problems with my wife. It wasn't alcohol. She just wouldn't take care of her diabetes, and she said she was. So, but I never gave up, and lots of people would say, "You listen, she has to live her life.
That's
Right.
your
You
wife.
can't be responsible for it." And I said, "Yeah, but I love her. So where am I going to go? It's not like I
Right.
can ever wash
No,
my
that's your wife.
hands of
That's not
responsibility."
a cousin. That's not a cousin.
I would
That's
think
your
the same
wife.
way of any loved one. That's why they're called loved ones, because
Right.
I'm
You
just
love
trying to save you guys from.
we
kind
know
of
it's
thing
we
that'll
know it's
drag you
not going to
down.
be easy, but
There's
'cause
no
we've lived
answer that's
with
going to
it.
be easy, but
Right.
if they die, that's not easy either.
right.
Dying's
Everybody
no way
is-
of living.
But
I
everybody-
only
Sounds
regret
like
not
from an
being-
old Western, right?
Listen, are we going to be true blue Republicans? You got to let people live their lives.
Well, you're not going to be ever. We know that much.
I'm not true blue anything. I hope.
I'm just saying, people, the biggest burden we all carry as human beings who are caring is the weight we carry for other people. And I'm trying to tell you, after many years of carrying the cross, you got to let that shit go and understand that you're not responsible. God doesn't want you doing that.
No
Right.
way.
You're not responsible for them. You
Wow.
can try and help, but you cannot ever.
No way. My lady's upstairs trying to find me a way to get down to my dad.
Well, your
so I
lady's a
can
different
take-
story, Steve.
So I
You're not
can
talking
take
about
care
your
of my
cousin.
father and, get him up. We're
Your
trying
wife
to
is
work out
sacred.
this grand scheme, Pete, to get my dad up to the Outer Banks. It's a long shot, but we're
All right,
working.
all right. I sense a conclusion to our wonderful conversation.
No conclusion sensed. Let's roll. Keep going. Go. I mean, we can kill it. It's 11:41. This has been an epic show.
Man, the families, you can never give up, man. You can never give up.
4:10. 4 hours 10 minutes. We are
You know what, Aphid? The most important thing in life are your friends, people you chose, people that have proven themselves in your life.
Well, look, I've had the same
They're
friends
much better
since
than your family. Believe me.
I've had the same friends since I was in kindergarten.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah.
most part.
Incredible.
It is, and but on top of that, there's nothing more important than family. I mean, and my friends know that. They know that's my decision, and they respect that. But there's family is trumps friends.
How long you been friends
By a
with
long
the
shot.
guy from Blackface?
He'll be there. He'll be there Sunday.
Is he
How long
like
have I been
20?
friends with him? 35 years.
Oh man!
Nice.
How old are you? 49.
49.
Wow.
13. You guys.
You're a
met.
geezer there.
Yeah, that's about right. And my other best friend, 45 years since I was about
nice.
4.
You're a lucky man.
And the guy that we're going to his house for dinner, 37, 38 years.
Nice.
The other guy that's going to be there is 33 years probably.
You're a lucky
So-
man. You're a lucky man.
Are
All
these
my
guys
friends.
All
My
the
friends.
guys that you have the concert. Went to the concert.
Yep.
Aphid,
It's like
I
it's
gotta-
almost like you've seen Goodfellas where they're, they only you know, they only go out go out with the same people, you know, and spend
Yeah.
Christmas. That's pretty much how my group
Nice.
of friends are.
Very nice.
It's been that way since 13 years old.
You're a lucky man.
That's pretty unusual.
Skateboarding is pretty much the key to keeping us together.
That's the glue, huh?
Seems it, huh?
For sure. Standing on a deck of a half pipe and listening to music and hanging out with my friends.
I got to
For
tell you,
sure.
I had a group of friends. They were mostly family. Fourth grade, I found this family in windsurfing, sailboats, kayaking, just unbelievable terror and fear, open ocean, and I was always the guy that got seasick, and these boys were sailors. But grand experiences and relationships that really molded me to what I am today. Like
Right.
being scared shitless. You know?
Right.
All the time, and pushing through it. And
Right.
there was no one else there but them. They were there when I was fucking freaking out, shit like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what I say. It's a wonderful thing that you have these relationships now, because it's better than family, unless you're.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know
You know
if
what
I
I
can
mean.
say that.
Well, I know because you're a good boy.
I mean, I got a good relationship with my family, so.
Exactly.
I know you do. I'm not talking
And
about your
it's
wife.
different. It's different.
I'm not talking about your
The
wife and your
relationship.
children. I'm talking about your brothers and other shit. Not your parents, but I'm not talking about your wife or your nuclear family. I'm talking about, your buddies that you grew up with, that
Right.
knew you when you were a snot-nosed little punk.
They sure did. They sure did. Yeah, I didn't grow from the time I was 12 till I was a senior in high school. I didn't grow a centimeter.
Really?
So yeah, my friends knew me. I was like that little complete shithead is what I was. That little complete like tiny shithead.
Wow.
That's who I was.
Yeah, but guess what? You could dance on the board.
Skateboarding means.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, my buddy's gonna go through my he's gonna completely take apart my gun. That gun that I showed you guys from there was the one that started the World War I.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to completely go through it and take it apart and clean it and make sure that it's good working condition.
All set to start another World War.
Yes, so we can go out and because he's like, dude, if you're gonna have that at your house for home protection, it should be for home protection. And
Is that a rifle?
No, it's a pistol. It's a like a I don't know what it is.
Is it
It's
a
some kind of-
revolver or an automatic?
It's a auto.
I don't know. I'll show you if you want me
It's an
to.
autoloader. There's no,
It's like
there's
2
no
feet from me.
revolver. It's
All right,
an
let me see.
autoloader. There's no revolver. It's an autoloader for sure.
See, I would be a revolver guy myself.
Well,
I think
Is
that
a
it's
jam?
it's hidden.
Revolvers.
It's hidden underneath all the plastic grocery bags that I have in that cabinet over there. But here it is.
All right. Holy shit.
It's a I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Tell us.
It's a I don't know what it is. It's
40,
a
45.
it's got this thing in it's hold on.
it looks like a
Get
6
the
point.
clip out of there.
It's much
Make sure
smaller
you-
than a 45. He's holding it
All right, here we
way
go,
out in
here we
front
go.
of him, so it looks like the fish is bigger
All right,
than
it's
it
probably-
really is.
Here we go.
All right, pull
Here's
that
the
out. All right, eject the fucking round in the fucking chamber.
No,
There's no
it
round.
looks
There's
like
no
a
round in this
22.
shit.
It looks like a 22 caliber size.
It's not a 22. Let me see the
No,
rounds.
it's not.
All right, show. Can you take the clip and show the point it towards the camera so I can see the round?
It's
No,
tiny.
point it so we can see no, that way.
Maybe 9mm.
I'm not seeing a round.
He doesn't have a bullet.
Yeah, I don't got no. There's nothing in here.
Oh, well. Can you show us a round?
No, he doesn't have
I had a conversation with
Show us
Sloop
around the
about
basement.
Just show us a round.
I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know
I
what
want you to show me
you're
a
asking me.
bullet.
What
He
is-
doesn't have any.
Hey,
I don't have a bullet.
I know
Nathan-
you have a bullet somewhere.
No, he
what-
doesn't.
No, I don't have a bullet. I don't
No
have a bullet.
bullets.
All right.
Hold on.
I will after this weekend.
What did Sloop think? 9?
Sloop told me. Hold on, I can probably tell you. Sloop told me what type of bullet I need to get for it.
9mm.
It's
No, I don't think it's.
nine.
Maybe it was a 9. I don't know.
Could be a 22. Who knows?
It's gotta be.
I have so many like.
It's foreign, so it's.
I think it's in here. Important info. I think it's where it's at. 32 cal ACP gun ammo is what it is.
32. That's a lot bigger than a 22. That's a what?
32 caliber.
No, it's not a U.S. weapon.
Mm-mm.
32 was what James Bond gun was. It was a Walter PPK.
Did you see him just light a cigarette with that gun? It's not a real gun.
Can you see if there's a manufacturer?
Yes, there is. There is.
All right.
Oh man, I can't even
I know.
even
Get
with
the
these
two
Raiders.
glasses on now.
Let me get
the
these
two-
other higher
them
power
up.
ones
No,
on.
put the two on. Put the two on. That'll help you.
These are higher power. I can see with these.
All right.
Yes.
Dollar store. Oh shit.
Yeah, they're dollar store.
They don't last.
They
dude.
still got the they still got the tag on.
Yeah.
So you can return them later.
That's right. Okay. Oh man, everything like I can see all kinds of shit.
It's awesome.
It says Fabrique.
It's French.
That's a perfume.
Hold on, let me get my
Fabrication.
light on.
That means fabricated.
Yeah.
What else does it say?
Okay, it says Fabrique
France.
Nationale Herstal
It's German.
Belsequa.
What are we reading again here? What the hell is this?
What's on the gun?
I don't know. And then it says Brava. I don't know.
Got numbers like
Brevet is what it says.
fuck.
The manufacturer.
It's fucking East German or Eastern Europe, man. You got yourself a
The
fucking.
manufacturer is FN Herstal.
It started the World War One. There was the Franz somebody went and shot somebody.
Yeah.
Franz
Kaiser.
Ferdinand.
Shot the Kaiser or the guy in Serbia.
It's the leading arms manufacturer in Herstal, Belgium.
That's right. That's right.
So
That's right.
it was French. Got to watch out with those Belgians because half the country, maybe 3/4 of the country speaks French. The rest speaks German. Or
you've-
Flemish. Forgive me, Flemish.
You heard of the it's a military rifle, the sometimes called the Maggie, the FN Mag.
Oh yeah.
That's the American subsidiary of this Belgian company, FN. FN
Yes,
Herstal
FN,
is the Belgian.
FN, yes.
But at 32
It does say
caliber-
that FN Herstal in here. Yeah. So anyway, my buddy's gonna go through this and make it so where I can shoot it if I want to.
So you got to have ammo somewhere.
Does it say model, like model 1900 or 1903 or anything?
Put those glasses back on, buddy.
Come on, man! Can you ask me that when I have the glasses on?
No,
No,
you could. You don't have to do it. I'm just if you
No,
if
no,
you
no.
saw
I'm
that,
fine. I'm fine.
or is there a number?
Yeah, there is. There's more shit that I didn't read.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, it says Fabrique Nationale Herstal Bel. I can't really make that out. Belbequa? And then it almost looks like
Is it a foreign language?
Browning, maybe? Brownings?
The
Patent 1.
Oh shit!
And then
It's a
it's
Fucking
Brevet.
32 caliber Brownie, reproduced
Brevet.
in Belgium. Oh shit!
Brevet. Yeah, it's worth some good money. It's got the little the little logo thing here. Or
Yeah, the
little...
grip looks nice.
But anyway, so
it looks
the
like
last time
you pulled that off a German officer in World War II.
So the last time I talked about this, I didn't know the full history. I talked to my mom since then, and she told me. So apparently, because she was telling me a couple weeks ago, she was making my the uncle that this came from, his special meatball recipe or something. And so I'm like, I knew that he was connected some way to the mafia or whatever, And my father didn't want the gun because he thought it was possibly used for some criminal activity, and he wanted to get rid of it. And he sold it to a guy he worked with, and the guy just so randomly came to my garage sale, and that's how I got it back, because he was like, "This means way more." He's like, "I have 50 guns, and this means way more to your family than it does mine. So I want you to have this gun back."
Oh, nice.
My father had passed away, and he just gave it back to me. He just gave it to me.
Holy shit. Dude,
So
you
anyway,
live in a wonderful community.
Anyway, so I was maybe 3 weeks ago, I was having this conversation with my mom, and she's like, I was making Uncle Cease's special meatball recipe, and I'm like, while you're talking about Uncle Cease, why, what was the deal with the gun and his bar that he owned and everything? He was, what's the famous Italian mobs from like the Prohibition time, like where Gotti was from, that family, the
Scalisi.
La Cosa Nostra? I don't know.
like the most famous Italian mob family.
Oh.
I feel like it starts with a C.
Is it close to Chicago? You talking about Capone?
No,
It's just another family. Gotti was there, started there, right?
Gotti was part of the
New
family.
York. Gotti
Right.
was New York. Capone was Chicago. And you're
Let me
closer to
see.
Chicago.
But anyway, his last
Gambino.
name.
Gambino.
Yes, that was them.
Okay.
That's
His
New York
last name
mob.
was Gambino, and he was part of the Gambino crime family here in St. Louis. And that's why my dad didn't want the gun when he got in possession of it. Because
good
my
reason.
grandfather, my uncle passed away when I was a real little kid. I remember going to his house. It was a big house, and it was, it was a big deal and everything, And then my grandfather got his gun, and on my mom's side of the family. And then when my grandfather passed away, my dad inherited this gun. And he instantly wanted, with his drag racing buddies that knew a bunch about guns, he instantly didn't want to have anything to do with the gun. And he sold it to this guy he worked with. And it was this
Just got a
guy
lot of murders on it.
that's what my dad thought, And my mom was telling me that this bar that my uncle Cease Gambino owned was a brothel here in St. Louis. And this gun right here was the bar protection that they would keep under the bar to protect the bar from whatever happened at the bar.
Wow.
So I've been looking up a few things, and I'll tell you, the FN model 1910, which may not be what you have, was the gun used by Gavrilo Princip or Princip to assassinate Archduke Grand Franz Ferdinand.
That's what Sloop told me. That's what Sloop told me this was.
And it does take a 320 32 ACP or a 38 ACP apparently.
38. So it's a 38.
Or a 32. Somehow it takes either one.
Well, maybe the difference is the charge and the not the projectile.
So,
but it's not called a Browning.
The diameters would be close enough on the rounds that they can load either one. 38. Yeah. Like you can actually put a 12 gauge shotgun round in a 50 BMG.
See, it looks like it says Browning's Patent 1 is what it looks like it says.
They do make a gun called...
Do they show a picture of it?
Yeah, they show pictures, but a lot of their guns look very similar. and I can't
'Cause
really tell.
This has a very distinct.
Okay, put him on big
Hey,
screen.
dude, take your finger off the trigger, please.
There's nothing in it.
It doesn't matter.
There's a very distinct thing here. It's like a right this thing right here.
The grip.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
I see. All right,
Ah.
I'll see if I could figure it out from the picture.
That thing looks old.
But
as fuck.
Yeah, this I think was the very same gun that was used to kill the. That's what Sloop said.
Well,
He's
I
like,
wouldn't-
dude, that's because I told Sloop I was like, should I get what my question was?
Interestingly, the barrel's on the bottom. It's in, I don't know.
Holy shit. What's
Yeah,
going
Oh,
on
yeah.
with
See
you there?
that one? The
do
thing
you
on the
got there
top
on
is
that-
blanked out.
That
So
eye view there.
that is strange. What's the thing up above?
I don't know.
that looks like a model 1910, just like
That's the back
just like
sight.
Sloop said,
That's the
Yeah.
back sight.
and,
But it's
that
a
was the gun that
38.
was used to start World War One.
That's what Sloop said.
That does look just like it.
Wow, I wouldn't
Because
guess
I
it was
said
a
I was asking Sloop. I was like, dude, should I get rid of this thing and get like something that would really protect my family? You know, because at the time when I talked to Sloop about this was the time that I was having trouble at my with people. You know,
Yeah.
trying to.
know.
McGrande's familiar with what
Same
I was
people,
going through.
probably.
Oh, man.
Understood.
Anyway,
I don't
he
have a
said
gun.
that.
I got a baseball bat for those guys.
He said,
Anyway, you can take me off full screen. Smoke
Oh,
Steve.
yeah.
Anyway, Sloop told me he's like, man, if I was you, I would keep that because it's so important.
Oops.
You just got muted.
Sorry.
He said I would keep that. He was like, I would keep that for your family because it means so much to your family and it's got history, and go buy a different gun if you
Yeah.
wanted something to protect your family.
Good advice. I hate autos. They jam. Like your friend said, he's going to clean it and everything else. You want a revolver that is a real gun. You know, you put bullets in it, shoot it, and you don't have to fucking worry about that stuff coming out all over the place or doing this kind of shit. Trying to, it gets jammed. You get a round jammed in there.
Well, I would just like it so if it had one bullet that would fire one time if I needed it for some situation where I could count on it for
And not
shooting
miss.
one bullet. Right.
You could probably trade it for a revolver.
Yeah, but then I don't know if I want to because it does mean, it has been in my family for so long,
Well, then put it in a shoebox and put it in your closet. Go buy a revolver.
What are you grabbing there, Aphid?
Now, you don't think you have the actual gun that killed Franz
Ah.
Ferdinand, do you?
Oh, good job.
No, I don't think that.
Well, it's
I
got
don't
a
think
serial
that.
number, so if you could find it.
It does have, on this side of it, it does have several serial. They're all the same serial number.
The one that killed Franz Ferdinand was serial number 19,074.
I don't think that's it because I
Okay.
just looked at it. But
Whew, that would have been worth a lot of money.
let me tell you. Okay, it's 4,400. Wait, no, wait. 447,516.
That's a little bit
15.
later.
515. But there's
Well,
three of them,
it
and
is
they
a
all say the
proven-
same thing.
It is a proven model.
Truly, truly. Well, guys, I could leave this thing running if you guys.
No,
I'm ready
good.
to
You're
bail,
good
too.
to go.
You guys are mods now, so you can run it.
I'm going home. It's midnight.
guys-
Aphid and Leo Breeze.
I really appreciate this opportunity, guys.
Yeah, it's always fun time, Smokesteve.
Really good
Thanks for
time.
doing
All right,
these.
all right.
I am-
So what,
I
you
am
guys are at
morbidly
your,
obese.
you're at your end here.
Thanks,
And
Smokesteve.
Smokesteve, have a good time, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Have a good time, buddy.
Take a few
Sure.
pictures. Show us.
Hopefully,
you're
we
having a
see
good
you next
time.
weekend. But if we don't, we know you're having a good time.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will definitely make my best effort.
Thanks again, pal.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Take care, everybody.
See you, fellas. Take care.
All right.
All right. Look at that.
Well, good luck, good night, and everybody stay safe. And I hope you can find peace in your existence. Bye.